system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free.
Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, everybody, justice is a process here, and we have ourselves another trial. This trial has been going on this week. Now, we were knee-deep in some other trials, so I was planning to cover this one as a non-live trial, but we have an opportunity to get caught up because it's still going on. So today we're going to be covering, well, we're going to be trying to get as caught up as we can, but we're going to start off with days 1 and 2. The trial started, I believe, on Tuesday, either Monday or Tuesday. And it started out with, they got done with jury selection and then they went right into closing arguments. Now this, or opening statements. Now this is not a trial that's being covered on any of the major networks here. So this is one that's being covered by a local Florida news station. It's the same prosecution attorney's office that did the Sarah Boone case. It's in the same courtroom. You're going to see that. And basically the background here is there was a police chase that ended up going to a police station. Officers were called for backup. This officer arrives and then doesn't follow protocol and deploys his taser at a gas station, sets it on fire, and kills a man. So he is on fire. He is on trial for culpable. It's called first degree culpable negligent homicide. So he's facing, I think it's like 20 years in prison, but he's got several other charges. He's got like assault, aggravated assault, stuff like that comes out of his negligence. So he's on trial for his life. Right now, the live trial is still in the defense case. I think they're going to probably end up going to closing arguments today, and the jury will start deliberating. I have a feeling this case is going to be one that's going to probably deliberate for a little while. So I think this weekend we're going to have a good shot of getting up to speed. Looking back at I believe we've had this is like day 4 of the trial. So we have, or maybe this is day 5 of the trial. It's day 4 or 5. Like I said, the first day was just opening statements. It happened at the end of the court day, and then it goes into testimony the next day. And I think the prosecution only put on a day and a half case. So I think we're on day 5. So this must have been it was the end of Monday when this case began. So that's where we're at. So we're going to start with, like I said, opening statements. We're going to move then into day 2, and we'll see how long that takes to get through it. The broadcasts themselves are telling me it's like 10 hours, but I was looking through, there's long breaks. I think we really only have maybe 5-6 hours of court. So I have, up to 10 hours of streaming. So if we can, we may move into day 3, or I may end the stream and restart a new day 3 stream, depending on where we're at in the day. Like I said, my goal is to try to broadcast this throughout the weekend, so that we can get caught up on this trial. And I don't think there'll be a verdict. You never know. Like I said, this is it's not the same judge as Sarah Boone, but it's the same courthouse. And as we know, that case, they were having that jury go into the night. So they might do the same thing here. But juries tend to take a while on police officer cases. It tends to be more extended deliberations. So I could see them either deliberating into the weekend, or the judge, if it went to closing arguments today. Because right now the defense is presenting its case. And this officer testified yesterday. So, like I said, we have a lot to catch up on. It's a very interesting case. It's one of these cases where, is it bad judgment? Should this police officer be held accountable? He made a split-second decision. He blew up a gas station when he did it. And that's what we're gonna be answering as jurors, as we hear the case, hear the law, and hear this broken down. So, with that said, buckle in. We're going into opening statements. I'm going to go ahead and cue it up, and that's where we're going to head. So give me a moment, and let me make sure everything's good to go with these. I believe it is, and let's jump into the courtroom. All right, so here we are, guys. Like I said, opening statements. We're going to begin them, and we will move directly into testimony as soon as this is over. Even though the day of trial ended here, we're going to move right into day 2 as soon as this happens, and start listening to the witness testimony. So let's go ahead and get started.
Now, the defendant you are going to hear was trained in various areas. The use of force. He was trained on what level of force is appropriate to use and acceptable to use under the rules when detaining someone, such as this victim. And one of that usage of force is tasers, the deployment of tasers. And he was actually issued shortly before this incident a taser by his agency. And so one of the requirements, as you will hear and as you will see in documentation, is that the defendant was trained on specific usage of tasers, but also the extremely high risk. In fact, deputies are trained to not deploy tasers around a gasoline puddle, as it can cause, and did in this case, ignite a gigantic fire, resulting in the injuries to Mr. Barretto that day. You will also hear from an expert witness, Brian Childs. He works for Axon. That is the company who issues tasers, body camera video cameras to law enforcement agencies, other forms of technology that law enforcement agencies often use. But one of those main ones in this case is the taser. And his job is to download and analyze data that can be pulled off of tasers, such as the one that was utilized by the defendant in this case. That data you will be able to see yourself, down to the second, what was happening on that taser. From when the safety was turned off or turned back on and turned off again, to when the trigger was pulled and for how long the discharge occurred. And he's going to interpret and explain to you his opinion of that data in connection with body camera video. So his job is to essentially analyze anything that is available and put together, in this case, a very detailed timeline of the events that occurred and that you will see yourself. He's going to testify that tasers do not go off accidentally. This was not an accident. He will testify about the amount of force that it takes to pull a trigger, to turn a safety off, and that the defendant willfully pulled the trigger that day to issue the taser again, in a pool of gasoline and around and next to vehicles that were pumping gas and leaking gasoline virtually everywhere in that space. He's going to testify that there's no scenario or no facts that support that this was a short-circuited taser or that it went off or malfunctioned. He himself tested the taser after the fact, and it was fully functioning. Now, throughout the course of this case, the defense may focus on Mr. Barretto's flight earlier that day from police and the concern that he may have had a gun. Now, the state urges you to pay close attention to any evidence that is presented. And if you do hear assertions made that the defendant was worried or concerned that Mr. Barretto possessed a firearm, we submit that those assumptions, which were unfounded, were based on careless police work itself. After the victim was searched, and you will be able to see his body, him sitting on the ground after he is extinguished through the use of a fire extinguisher on the side of the parking lot, he was not in the possession of any weapon at all. There was no gun. But in the end, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will change the actions that the defendant took that day, the deliberate steps that he took, and the reckless disregard for the safety of everyone around in that area. There are policies, there are laws that apply to the deployment of tasers, but there's also very real risks, one of which actually happened that day, which is the risk of ignition and a fire explosion of that gas pump. And that is a result of the defendant's own action. There were no alternative means of restraining this individual that were taken besides what other deputies felt were sufficient when they showed up to the scene, which was that 2 deputies, including the defendant, were on top of the victim, restraining him on the ground. No other alternative means were taken in that 30-second window, which is the entire incident, ladies and gentlemen. From the minute that Mr. Barretto is taken down to the ground to when that taser is deployed and a fire explosion occurs is 30 seconds or less. And in those 30 seconds or less, the defendant chose to deploy his taser, which was a reckless decision and which is why you are here today. And at the end of this case, after you've heard all of the evidence from all of the witnesses, the state is confident that you will return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. Barr, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counselors, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are here to discuss the events from February 27th, 2022 that did culminate with an encounter at a Wawa gas station, as the state said. However, it did not begin at the Wawa. There was a lot leading up to that. And the state is right. My client and all police officers are supposed to protect and serve. And that is what my client was doing that day. He was protecting the community and the other motorists and the civilians from the dangerous actions of Gene Barreto Baerga. And they keep referring to him as the victim. But when you keep an open mind and hear all the evidence in this case, you're going to realize he was no innocent victim. He was no Boy Scout. What the evidence is going to show is that earlier that day, the deputies were called out to respond to a chaotic scene, that there were motorcyclists and people on four-wheelers all converging on one area in Osceola County where they were just taking it over. They were mobbing it. They're doing wheelies up and down the road. They're running through red lights. They're going over intersections, over sidewalks. They're putting all the other motorists at danger. And then one of them pulled a firearm, not just on one vehicle, but 2. And in one vehicle, there were multiple people in it, a man and his husband. Both of those individuals, as they should, reported that crime to the police, to the Osceola County Sheriff's deputies, Osceola County Sheriff's Office. They all respond. Lots of deputies are coming on scene responding to this violent crime, aggravated assault with a firearm. You're going to hear that it wasn't just deputies on the ground. They also even called out the sheriff's office helicopter to the scene. You're going to hear that there was a description given of the suspect who pulled a gun on those innocent motorists who were doing nothing more than just trying to drive down the roadways. You are going to hear that other deputies, including Deputy Kafinas and the helicopter unit, identified the suspect. They found somebody in that area, in the exact area, just a couple minutes down the road, but several minutes later, that matched the description. They have their suspect. That is how police do their work. People call in crimes, they report it to the police, they give descriptions, and the police go and look for the criminal suspect who matches the description. That is police work 101. That is what happened here. You're going to hear that the first officer in a patrol vehicle to come across that suspect was Deputy Christopher Kofinas. And you're going to hear that he tried initiating a traffic stop on that victim, Jean Barreto Baerga. And you're going to hear that he didn't stop. He didn't pull over. What did he do? He fled from the police. And he didn't just refuse to pull over and continue down the street at a normal pace. No, he fled at high speeds, in reckless and dangerous manner. He was driving on sidewalks. You're even going to see video evidence of him doing a wheelie as he's running away from the police. That's how much regard he has for law enforcement. He's doing a wheelie and taunting them as he's escaping from justice, escaping from their efforts to pull him over. And he doesn't just flee and go home. No, he's having too much fun. You're going to hear how he continues for approximately 20 minutes driving all around the area on his motorcycle like a madman, popping wheelies, running through red lights where other cars have to slam on the brakes to avoid collisions, going through medians, up on sidewalks. Every time a cop gets near, whipping a Yui, taking off the other direction, putting all those innocent motorists at risk. But most of this case is going to be focused on what happened at the Wawa. That's where the state's going to try to get you hyper-focused. What happened at the Wawa? And they're going to try to get you to forget about everything that led up to it. But I'm going to ask you to remember all of it and keep an open mind and look at this case as a whole. Now, the state had stated that earlier in the day, Mr. Barreto Baerga had fled from the police. The evidence is going to show it wasn't just earlier in the day, it was immediately preceding the events at the Wawa. In fact, that's where his flight from the police ended. He was fleeing from the police continuously all the way up into the point where he is at the Wawa and the deputies, including my client, make contact with him. Now, the evidence is going to show that when he arrived at the Wawa, he went to a gas pump. He didn't pump gas there. He sat on his bike a while, under the awning, the big overhang. Now the state is going to try to present evidence and convince you that he was just there as a routine matter to fill up his bike with fuel. You're going to hear some conflicting evidence. You're going to see exactly how long he was at the Wawa. You're going to see him at one pump talking with some people. You're going to see him move to a whole nother pump. At some point, he does put the pump in his bike. But what you're going to hear is that the entire transaction, just by all the time he had there, was $1.98, less than a half a gallon of gas. You're going to hear that he wasn't there to refuel his bike. He was trying to hide from the police helicopter under the overhang of the Wawa. Why? Because he was fleeing from the police and had been for 20 minutes leading up to that. That's why he stopped where he did, because he knew there was a helicopter above him. How does he know there's a helicopter above him? How are you going to know that? Because you're going to see video evidence that he actually turns around looks up at the helicopter and gives him the bird, flicks him off. Once again, that is what he thinks about law enforcement. And it also proves to you that he knew the helicopter was following him. And that's why he went to the Wawa, not to refuel. If he wanted to refuel, he had more than enough time to fill up his tank. And if his tank only needed a half a gallon of gas, then why was he refueling anyways? Now, once we get to the Wawa, there is going to be a very short amount of time that is going to encompass the vast majority of the evidence you're going to hear and the testimony you're going to hear throughout this trial. The state says about 30 seconds. I think it's even less. Everything moves very quickly. Now, my client is the first one there. You're going to see video evidence that when he arrived, he was behind and to the left of the criminal suspect that they were looking for. So when he's looking at him, he's looking at his back. You're going to hear that the gas tank is in front of the motorcycle. You're going to hear how my client couldn't necessarily even see that the nozzle was in there. You're also going to hear and see with your own eyes on video that the angle of the sun is right in his eyes. Now you're going to hear from multiple deputies who are all going to state that they feared that he was going to flee again. That they were all rushing to get to that Wawa as quickly as they can because they needed to stop this man that was putting so many innocent lives in danger. Not just because of the firearm, but with all the fleeing from the police. Now, when my client gets there, he was the first on the scene. He had to make a decision. What did he do? He followed his training. He did run up and grab him from behind because, as you're going to hear, him and all the other deputies received a radio report that he was the suspect who had pulled a firearm on multiple civilian motorists. You're going to hear that according to their training, their law enforcement officer training that they receive in the academy and at their agencies, when you hear a report like that, you are to believe they have that firearm and act accordingly. That is an assumption they have to make according to their training to keep them safe and to keep the civilian population safe. When he went and grabbed him from behind, you're going to hear that was in line with his training. He took him to the ground. Happens all the time, every day in this country. That is a valid law enforcement technique to detain somebody who you believe is violent and fleeing from the police. You're going to hear that when he took him down, the bike was accidentally knocked over. It was just a collateral consequence. The bike's knocked over, and you are going to hear that the gas cap wasn't on. So gasoline started to spill out. No one's going to dispute that. The state said there's virtually a puddle of gasoline. We're in agreement. There was a puddle of gasoline. You're going to see it. You're going to hear it. There's no dispute over that. But what you are going to hear is that after my client took him to the ground and is trying to secure this criminal suspect in handcuffs, he is not complying. He is resisting his efforts. He's fighting against them. He is keeping his hands underneath his body, near his waistline, and no matter how hard he pulls on his hands and says, "Give me your hands," he will not release them. He will not comply with their efforts to arrest him. He's resisting every step of the way. You're going to hear that within seconds of my client getting him to the ground, seconds, Deputy Christopher Kafinas, the same deputy who had tried to pull him over and that the suspect fled from, was the next one on the scene. When he arrived, my client's on the ground with the suspect, and they are both in that puddle of gasoline. What does Deputy Christopher Kafinas do? He immediately draws his taser, and boom, and deploys it against this suspect, striking him in the back with the two prongs and shocking him, electrocuting him, what tasers do. You're going to see that he did that immediately, that he didn't try anything else before he did that. He just drew his taser and shot. You're also going to hear that Deputy Christopher Kafinas used to be a taser instructor in another jurisdiction, somebody who knows how tasers are supposed to be used, somebody who knows where they're not supposed to be used, maybe around gasoline. You're then going to hear that my client because he is grappling and still trying to get the hands and the handcuffs from this resisting suspect, was also electrocuted from the taser, because that's how electricity works. The currents run from one person into the other. He is sharing in that risk that criminal suspect is in. He is sharing the danger. He is feeling the same electrical charge, and he's in the same puddle of gasoline. Then, when Deputy Kafinas sees that the suspect is still resisting, he still will not give up his hands, Deputy Crawford still cannot get him in the handcuffs, he immediately deploys his taser a second time through what you're going to hear is called a drive stun technique, where instead of shooting it at him, you actually drive the prongs of the taser as it's in your hand into a suspect to shock him again. By the grace of God, neither one of Deputy Kafinas's reckless discharges of his taser caused an explosion. You're also going to hear that right after Deputy Kafinas got there, Deputy McLean got there as well, and Deputy DeJesus, who you just heard a little bit about. Deputy McLean, seeing that my client cannot get this man in handcuffs because he's refusing to give up his hands, he's resisting arrest, he goes hands-on as well. Deputy Kafinas, once he realized the taser did not get him compliance that he wanted, he also goes hands-on. Meaning now they're all trying to pull this guy's arms out from underneath him to get him in handcuffs, and he will not remove them from his waistline. 3 deputies struggling with this man still cannot get him to remove his arms. You're going to hear that law enforcement officers receive training and that they have experience in their field. Some of their training is called field training, where you actually learn out in the field. And what's one of the things law enforcement officers learn? That very commonly criminals carry firearms in their waistband. And that's not something new, I'm sure, to any of you. Everyone has seen it in movies and TV shows. People stick guns in waistbands all the time. You're going to hear that based on the report they got, that this man had pulled a firearm or multiple motorists, coupled with the fact that he fled from them and now he's resisting arrest and they cannot get his hands out from his waistband, that these deputies reasonably feared that he had a firearm. And they needed to secure him in handcuffs. That is their job. But they couldn't because he kept resisting. You're going to hear that as they're all going hands-on, at some point, Deputy Kafinas just loses control of his taser. Nobody's quite sure how. Nobody knows if he sets it down on the ground or if he drops it. No one can say for sure. But Deputy Kafinas, who's already discharged his taser twice around the gasoline at the gas pump, against his training, has now lost control of his weapon. And you're going to see with your own eyes, the video evidence and screenshots from where we stopped the video, how that taser landed right next to the suspect. When I say next to him, I mean you're not going to be able to see a gap between the taser and his arm. It is touching him, his right arm. The arm that my client and none of the other deputies have been able to secure. An arm that poses a risk to them, because at the end of that arm is a hand that can grab things, that can grab a taser and use it against them. 3 strikes against Deputy Kafinas. He's now discharged his taser the first time, the second time, and now he's set it down next to a resisting suspect that they accuse of violent crimes and fleeing from the police. Now you're going to see things are moving very, very quickly. They're loud, they're chaotic, there's multiple people yelling different things, and you're going to see that my client, Deputy Crawford, he had no time to think. He had to react. He had to rely on his training. And what his training told him was that you cannot allow a criminal suspect accused of violent crimes who fled from the police to potentially arm themselves with a law enforcement officer.
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would just like to remind you that what the lawyers say is not evidence, and you should not consider it as such. It is what they expect the evidence to show, and that you should disregard at this time any reference to the victim being a violent criminal. You may proceed, Mr. Barber.
Thank you. So you're going to hear that what their training tells them to do. So one moment, now I lost my train of thought. So what their training tells them to do, all these law enforcement officers, is that if there's a criminal suspect accused of committing a crime involving a firearm and then fleeing from police, they have to proceed under the assumption that person is in fact armed with a firearm. That is what their training tells them to do. Now, getting back to the Wawa, you're going to hear that they're struggling with this person, that he's refusing to give his hands to be handcuffed, and that they cannot gain compliance, even with 3 deputies trying to pull his arms out. You're going to hear how they use alternative means to try to gain compliance. More deputies, maybe one deputy on one arm. You're going to hear another deputy took another arm, thinking, well, maybe we get more leverage. You're also going to hear how they use the threats of additional force, something they're taught to do in the police academy to try to gain compliance. If you don't stop resisting, you're going to get tased again. You're going to hear that that was said. You're also going to hear that that is a technique that they are taught, that it's not necessarily a statement of their intent. That police officers all the time make verbal threats of force in order to gain compliance. You're going to hear how none of that worked, and they were still struggling with them. And at that moment, I mean, we're down to milliseconds now. Things are moving so quick, and you're going to see when you watch these videos. Deputy Crawford struggling with this man on the ground, he's resisting arrest. He sees the taser there, right next to his arm, his right arm, where he can easily grab it and use it against him or the other deputies, or ignite the gasoline. You're going to hear that Deputy Crawford, as the state said, he was aware the gasoline was there. He's very much aware of the danger of it. He's the one who warned everyone else, hey, watch out, there's gasoline. He knows. And that's why he was afraid. And that's why he cannot, one of the reasons why he can't allow that taser to just sit there in the gasoline. It is an unaccounted for weapon that nobody has control over. It's up for grabs. And who could grab it? Reto Vallarga could grab it. So what does he do? He does what he's trained to do, to remove it from the situation. You're going to hear that it was on Deputy Crawford's right side, that he's left-handed. You're going to hear, you're also going to see a lot of this from multiple different angles of different videos. He picks up the taser. And you're going to see this slowed down on slow-mo speed so you can really see what happens, because the whole thing happens in a second or two. You're going to see when he picks it up, keeps it pointed straight ahead. Not down where the suspect's at. Straight ahead. You're going to see that he moves it from his right hand into his left hand. His throwing hand. Because what hand do we throw with? Whatever hand we're dominant with. That's human nature. He transfers it, continues to keep it pointed straight ahead. So we're talking 90 degrees away from the suspect. You're going to see this from his body camera. You're going to see a first-person point of view looking out what he did. Picks it up, keeps it pointed away from the suspect, transfers hands, goes over to the side because he's going to throw it away. And then it goes off camera, and that's at that point, video evidence doesn't show what's happening in Taser, but you're going to see that up until the entire time it's on frame, it's pointed straight ahead, and he's going off to the left. He's not going down where the suspect is. He's going off to the left to throw it away from the suspect. You're going to see there's a car there. If he throws it under the car, it's away from the reach of the suspect. You're going to see that right about that time, the fire ignites. It's a fireball. There's no other way to describe it. Multiple people are on fire. and chaos ensues. Everyone's running every which way, trying to put out the various fires. There's going to be a lot of evidence you're not going to hear. So for instance, the state experts, you're going to hear from state expert witnesses. We anticipate that these expert witnesses are going to try to convince you that my client intentionally discharged the taser. However, we're confident that once you really listen to all the facts and all the evidence, that you're going to realize that that didn't happen. You're also going to hear from every state expert, they can't really say whether anything was done intentionally or on accident. The state told you that they were going to have an expert, Brian Childs from Axon, state that there's no way a taser could go off accidentally. We're positing that you are absolutely going to hear that a taser can go off accidentally from multiple people, including their own experts. You're going to hear that in struggles, sometimes weapons go off accidentally. You're also going to hear from a state arson investigator. He's a detective that works for the state of Florida who investigates fires. You're going to hear him state that he came up with 4 reasonable hypotheses for how that fire started. And the taser going off is just one of them. Why? Because he can't say for sure. Nobody can. There's not one witness who's going to be able to say for sure that that taser is what discharged, that discharge of that taser is what caused that fire. No one can say that. He's going to say, well, yeah, my report came up with 4 reasonable hypotheses. That was just one of them. That's one I believe, but there's 4. You're also going to hear on cross-examination him admit to multiple other ones. You're going to hear him say that, yeah, you know, that engine on that bike was really, really hot and it was laying that gasoline. That can start a fire. You're also going to hear, yeah, it could have been an electrical failure that started the fire. Also could have been the hot engine from the car parked next to it that started the fire. You're going to hear him say those are all in his report. You're also going to hear him admit during cross-examination there were even more reasonable hypotheses, not including his report, that he's going to admit, yeah, those are reasonable hypotheses for how the fire could have started too. He's going to talk to you about static electricity discharges and how those can and will start fires. You're going to hear that one of the deputies, I believe it's Deputy DeJesus, when he saw the bike on the ground spilling gasoline out, he decided, I need to pull that bike up to stop the gasoline coming out. Reasonable thought to have. You're going to hear that at the second he grabbed that bike and moved it was the same exact moment the fire started. And you're going to hear that metal scraping across pavement can also start fires, and is another reasonable hypothesis for how the fire could have started. So you're not going to hear the fire investigator say, oh, I could definitely say 100% confidence, that the taser started the fire. You're going to hear him say there were other reasonable hypotheses. Then he might try to dance around a little bit, convince you there's no other way, but you're going to hear all the other ways that fire could have started. And you're going to hear from that engineer from Axon. Axon is the company that makes tasers. You're going to hear that. You're going to hear some very interesting things about him, or from him. So the state's going to try to convince you that there was nothing wrong with this taser. Perfectly fine working condition. Except you're going to hear the engineer from the company who made that taser admit, okay, not really. In fact, there was an anomaly. Not just any anomaly, a unique anomaly no one has ever seen before and cannot reproduce. You're going to hear that that taser sometimes produces results in its data for events that didn't really occur, trigger pulls that didn't really occur. Now, of course, Axon, they manufacture this taser, so they're going to try to convince you, oh, it wasn't our product. I mean, yeah, we found the anomaly, but no, it must have been human error. They're also going to try to convince you, yeah, these don't go off by themselves, except you're going to hear from many, many witnesses that that does happen. You're also going to hear them refer to it as a bug in the software of this taser. So when the state's trying to convince you that there was nothing wrong with this taser, you're going to hear evidence that's going to convince you otherwise. And you're going to be convinced that you cannot rely upon the data from that taser because of these anomalies that nobody can really reproduce, no one's ever seen. Why? Because it's a defective taser. Something wrong with it. You're also going to hear that he performed a visual inspection of the taser. He physically looked at it. And this is very important. You're going to hear on the outside, there's nothing wrong with it, meaning no damage. You're going to hear there was no burn marks, no melted plastic, no charring. Taser looks fine. You're going to get to see those photos for yourself. Why is that important? Because the state is trying to convince you that my client took a taser in his hand, went down to the suspect, and pulled the trigger to intentionally tase him. And then that's when the fire started. If that was true, the evidence is going to show you that that taser would have been damaged. How do we know that? Because you're going to see there were other items containing plastic in the fire all over the bike. You're going to hear about how the bike had a seat made of plastic, handlebars, even a little cap that goes around the gas tank, all made of plastic, that they were all melted and burned. Taser wasn't. You're going to hear evidence that that's because the taser wasn't in the fire. Why? Because it was thrown off to the side. It wasn't intentionally discharged on the subject below, rather, it's over there. You are also going to hear, or we anticipate you're going to hear from a state's use of force expert. He's going to try to go through and analyze every action that my client did, and he's going to analyze it against what's called generally accepted practices and principles and policies and laws, and he's going to try to get you to hyper-focus on just a few of the facts while ignoring all the others. But if you pay close attention on cross-examination, that expert is going to make a lot of admissions. And when pressed, he's going to admit that the actions my client took were reasonable within the generally accepted principles and practices, and that it was in conformity with his training. The state wants you to just focus on a couple facts. They're going to try to establish that my client was the one that yelled out, "You're going to get tased again," and that is a statement of his intent, while getting you to ignore the fact that they are trained to do that, and that is a valid technique for gang compliance. You threaten the use of force even when you're not going to use it because they don't know that. It's called a bluff. They're allowed to do that. In this case, another big fact that the state is going to try to get you hyper-focused on is, never mind. So in this case, what I want you to do is not hyper-focus on any one fact, but look at the big picture, totality of the circumstances. The state's going to try to keep you from seeing the forest from the trees, but we want you to be able to see the whole picture. The facts are going to show that my client, Deputy David Crawford, was a good deputy who followed his training. He responded to a chaotic situation that included a suspect that was refusing to comply with commands, refusing to be arrested, by fleeing from police, by not giving up his hands, and that he had to take action. Not sit there and think about, let's sit here and weigh everything in an academic setting. No, he's in the field. He has to take actions. He doesn't have time to think. You're going to hear that officers are trained that when you're in those fast-moving situations, you rely on your training. That's why you practice the same thing over and over and over and over, so that they don't have to think when they're in the field. They just act. And as long as they act in accordance with their training, they're supposed to be okay. You're going to hear that he, my client, is the only one charged with a crime related to this. You're going to hear that Deputy Christopher Kofinas.
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Now, the state is also going to try to get you to focus a lot on the injuries of the suspect, Jean Barreto Baerga. I'm going to ask you to decide this case without any sympathy. I can't ask you to check your emotions at the door You're human. You're allowed to have emotions, but they cannot be used when deciding this case. You cannot return a verdict because you feel bad for someone or because they got hurt. So I'm going to ask you to stay focused on the evidence and the law. Now, there are certain things you're not going to hear. You're going to sit here for days viewing, listening to evidence. You're not going to hear anyone get up there and say, oh, I saw Deputy Crawford intentionally tase the suspect.
Objection argumentative.
Judge, may we approach? We're going to ask that you carefully and objectively analyze this case based on nothing else but the evidence, what it does show, what it doesn't show, and the law as you are instructed by the judge. And at the close of all of that, we're going to ask you to return a verdict, the only verdict supported by the law and the facts, which is that my client is not guilty of these charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. The state may call its first witness. You may.
Will we do that?
And we will see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, could you tell us your full name, please?
Joseph Kenneth De Jesus,
And where are you currently employed, Mr. De Jesus?
Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a member of the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
Sworn in by myself approximately 3 years.
When you say sworn, that seems to me that you're trying to differentiate a different time when you were with the Sheriff's Office. Were you with the Sheriff's Office when you were not sworn?
Yes, for approximately 6 months for the academy, 3 months FTO.
Okay.
A little more than 3 months.
So what is your current assignment at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
I work for the patrol division in Central Osceola County.
And what do you do on a daily basis as a patrol deputy?
I take calls for service, and any other time I do proactive.
Those of us not in law enforcement, what does a call for service mean? Just give it some
Yes, sir.
examples.
Yeah, call for service is anybody who calls for law enforcement, whether it's a civil matter, disturbance, retail theft. Really, anytime you call us, we get the call and we come.
Okay. Deputy De Jesus, were you employed and on duty with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office back on Sunday, February 27th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And did you end up responding to an event that occurred at a Wawa gas station located at 3951 Central Florida Parkway that afternoon around 6 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you respond in reference to a suspect who had allegedly fled from the police after a traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
That's the reason you went there.
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing full police uniform that day?
Yes, sir.
Driving a marked patrol car?
Yes, sir.
That car had lights and sirens on top?
Yes, sir.
And was anyone riding with you in your patrol vehicle?
No, sir.
Was your patrol vehicle equipped with a camera on the front dash?
Yes, sir.
And did you have body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, sir.
So let's start with the body-worn camera. Is the cameras that you have now different than the ones you had then?
Yes, sir.
Can you show the members of the jury where the body-worn camera you had was located on your person back in 2022?
Back then it was probably a little lower than my breastbone.
Center mass.
Center mass, yes, sir.
Right. Do you recall when those body-worn cameras activated, when they turned on? Was it manual or something else?
It could be either be manually or it could be with lights and sirens. Well, the light bar would activate it, excuse me.
Right. So that I understand, what you're saying is you could flip it on manually, right?
Yes, sir.
Or if you turn the lights on in your police vehicle, it would also operate or switch on your body on camera.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. How long did it take you to get to the Wawa gas station once you heard the call that that's where you were supposed to go? Do you recall?
I would say probably 10 to 15 minutes approximately.
All right. And were you driving with your lights and sirens activated that day as you went to the Wawa?
Not the entirety of the time, no, sir.
All right. Did you at some point turn them on?
They were turned on. I had to get through an intersection, make a left to go on the road that led to the Wawa. That's the only time that I activated my lights and sirens.
All right. That Wawa gas station, that's located in Orange County, Florida. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see when you first pulled into the parking lot at the Wawa gas station?
When I first pulled in, I saw Crawford and Kofinas on top of the individual. They were trying to gain compliance. I heard cut the gas, and that's when I observed the vehicle that was pumping gas right beside them. So I took the gas out, put it in. I could smell gas from the floor area, and I could observe the gas. I looked around to see where it was coming from. I noticed that the dirt bike or motorcycle had the cap off and it was on the floor still. Gas was still coming out. So that's when I went to lift up the gas to stop the gas from continuously leaking. And then that's when eventually the fire went up and then everybody dispersed the area.
All right. So there was a lot in what you just said. We're going to try to unpack
Break it
that
down,
a
yes,
little
sir.
bit. When you first pulled up, you said you saw Kofinas and Crawford. Who is Kofinas? You know his full name?
I can't recall his first name. I know his last name is Kofinas, Deputy Kofinas.
He's a deputy.
Yes.
Right. Crawford, is he also a deputy?
Yes.
Prior to this day, did you know Deputy Crawford?
No, sir.
Do you know him now?
Not on a personal level, just the name, sir.
Would you recognize him if you saw him in court?
Most likely, yes, sir.
Right. Do you see him in court today? If you're not sure, that's fine.
I'm just going to say I'm not sure.
Right. So prior to this day, you had no dealings or knowledge of Kofinas or Crawford other than maybe knowing their names.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So you pull up and you see them, and you said, I believe, that they were on top of another individual. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Could you see what the individual was doing that they were on top of when you first arrived?
Mm-hmm. The only thing I can say is that I observed that he was resisting. They were trying to grab his hands.
Okay.
I can't specify exactly every single movement that he made. I just knew that he was resisting as they were trying to place cuffs on him.
All right. So let's walk through it now. You pull up in your car. Did you immediately jump out?
As soon as it was in park, yes, sir.
Right. Do you remember seeing Kofinas and Crawford when you were in the car, or did you not see them until you got out?
Until I got out. Once I got out and made a right, that's where the gas pumps were located.
Right. When you made a right, was that in front of your police vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. So then you see Kofinas and Crawford. They're on top of them. Were they the only two deputies on top of, we'll call them for now, the suspect? Were they the only two on top of them?
At that time, yes.
All right. So what did you do? Walk us through what you did.
So I saw that they were on top of the subject. That's when I heard cut the gas.
All right. So stop there. Do you know who said cut the gas?
It'd be Deputy Crawford.
And how do you know that it was Deputy Crawford who said cut the gas?
Just based on me observing him say it, and I could hear who was coming from. And that.
So what I'm interpreting that is he was in a location and the voice came from the location where he was.
Yes, sir. I was able to identify which person said it. Yes.
Understood. So you heard Deputy Crawford say cut the gas. What did you do when he said that?
That's when I looked up. I saw that a vehicle was to the right of them, still pumping gas. So my brain went to let me take the gas out and put it into the gas pump.
All right. So that I understand, what you're describing is going out of your car, coming up, and they're in front of you, and you said there's a vehicle to the right.
Yes, sir.
Right. You hear cut the gas from Crawford, and you go to put the pump away from that car.
Yes, sir.
All right. What did you do after that?
That's when I turned to the left, and like I said previously, I guess I could smell the odor of gas, and then I could see gasoline on the floor.
All right. So let's stop there. Is that the first time you saw the gasoline on the floor is after you plugged the pump in, or did you see it before that?
I could smell it as I was running up.
All right, so you could smell, I want to be more clear about that.
Yes, sir.
Could you smell gasoline in the way that you smell gas at a gas station, or could you smell it stronger, like it's puddling on the ground?
I would say it's stronger than the normal smell, but
All right, so it's not like just you're cruising through a gas station. You could smell the odor pungent. Is that fair? Strong.
That's a fair statement.
Right, okay. So, and you smell that as you're running up, but you said the first time you saw the gas pooling was after you plugged in the pump. Do I have that right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The first time you saw the gas on the ground was after you plugged in the pump.
Yes, sir.
All right, and if I say something wrong, please correct me, okay? All right, so now you plugged in the car, you put the pump back from the car on the pump. That would mean the pump is to your left?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was the pump to your left at that stage?
You have to say that again. I'm trying to picture it in my brain. I apologize.
I'm trying to help you. So, as you're standing there, you described plugging the gas pump, taking it out of the car and putting it in the pump. You're standing there, is the pump on your left at that stage?
The way you're explaining it sounds like the pump would be to my right and the vehicle would be to my left.
Okay, is that the way you remember it?
Yes. The way you're explaining, unless I'm picturing it
So
wrong.
let's not worry about how I'm explaining it. You tell me what you remember. What do you remember? Where were you and where was the pump when you plugged it back on?
So I had to pass by them. So they're in between the vehicles here. I mean, the vehicle's here. They're in between the vehicle. The gas pump is here. So,
Okay.
so the gas pump, as I'm going past them, the gas pump will be to my left. The vehicle will be to my right. As soon as I took it out, put it in, as soon as I turned the direction, then the gas pump would be to my right.
I understand. What did you do after you plugged it in and saw the gas pumping?
That's when I turned to the right and noticed that the dirt bike and motorcycle had the gas cap off and it was turned on its side. It was still leaking gas. So then I went to lift it up and then it ignited.
When you went to lift the motorcycle or the bike up, did you get it all the way upright before the fire started?
No, I got it partially up, but definitely not upright all the way.
You said you saw the gas cap. Did I hear you say that?
Of the dirt bike?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, where was it when you saw it?
Not the gas cap, I just saw that it was open itself.
So when you say open, do you mean that it was not all the way screwed on or that there was no cap on the bike? Gas cap.
I wouldn't be able to definitely say. All I remember is observing. I can't recall if it was a cap itself or how some it's still connected and just comes up. I can't recall.
But is it your recollection that the gas cap was in a position so that the gas could spill out and was spilling out?
Yeah, that's definitely correct, yes, sir.
All right. Did you drag the bike?
No, sir.
Do you remember any sparks coming up from the bike when you tried to pick it up?
Not that I observed, no.
All right. So, and then the fire started. Do you remember seeing or hearing anything before the fire started that you haven't described so far?
Not in person, no, sir.
When you say not in person, what do you mean?
Well, not in person at that time. I didn't hear anything, but of course, reviewing the body camera is obviously different.
Okay, so at some point you had...
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
After the fire broke out, what did you do after that?
That's when I observed, from what I recall, I observed Deputy Cofines. He had, I can't recall which leg, but I remember one of his boots was on fire, and then Deputy Crawford, both of the lower of his legs were on fire. So that's when I went to the vehicle, patrol vehicle. Unfortunately, it wasn't mine, so I couldn't find the fire extinguisher at first, but then I eventually got a blue Gatorade bottle and then poured it on Deputy Crawford's legs to eventually let the fire go out completely.
When you described seeing Kofinas on fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes?
Yes.
You have to
yes,
answer
sir.
out loud.
I apologize, yes, sir.
You're doing great. Don't worry about it. And then you also saw Deputy Crawford's legs on fire. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anyone else on fire at that point?
Not in person, no, sir.
Okay. At some point, after you poured the Gatorade on Deputy Crawford, did you eventually make your way back to the victim, Jean Barreto Bayerga?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe his injuries?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe his injuries, the ones that you observed there at the scene?
It appeared to be his whole upper body was completely burnt, and a lot of the skin just peeling off and hanging off.
Now, you told us earlier that your police vehicle had body cameras, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that it was operating that day?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Now, may I approach the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit A?
You may.
Been shown to counsel. Deputy DeJesus, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A. For us old people, it's a compact disc. Can you listen to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
And what does this disc contain? Do you remember?
The body camera, the in-car and chest body camera.
And after reviewing the video on this disc, does it fairly and accurately depict the events of February 27, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Remember, this time we ask the court to admit State's AS Stage 1.
Any objection?
For record purposes, I'm publishing the in-car video, which is one of the two videos on State's Exhibit 1. And I'm just going to go through and stop and ask you some questions occasionally, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, Deputy DeJesus, I see, and I've got a laser pointer, I'm going to try to help screw this a little bit. There's a car in front of you, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So this vehicle, this is the front of your vehicle,
Yes, sir.
right? And who's that?
That'd be myself.
Right? It's going to be awkward, and I apologize, but when you answer a question, you're going to kind of pivot, answer, and go back.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. So the car in front of you, do you know who the deputies were in that vehicle?
That'd be Deputy McLean and Deputy Dominguez.
All right. So now, you would agree that you're off camera here.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the members of the jury what you were doing off camera while this video was running?
That was when I stepped over them and he took the gas out of the vehicle I was gassing up and put it into the gas tank. Into the, yeah, put it back into the gas.
Now, in this image from where your vehicle was parked, can you see the dirt bike?
No, sir.
Where would it be in relation to the video? To the right or to the left?
To the right.
So I'm going to go back. I just stopped it at 17:54:13. Going back to 17:54:00. There's an individual in the background on the ground. You see that person? Or did you see him? I can run it back to him.
Can you run it back?
Yes, sir. No problem. Right there. Did you see the person right there on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Who is that person? Do you know?
I'll be honest with you, I can't clearly say.
Honestly,
It could either be two people, but I don't want to guess.
Okay. And deputy, who is that person right there in flames?
That would be the victim.
I'm stopping it at 17:54:17. This vehicle right here that's in front of your patrol car at the time. Where was that vehicle when you first arrived?
I'll be honest with you, I can't give an exact because I didn't pay attention to that vehicle.
All right. There's also, do you see this right here?
The juvenile?
In non-law enforcement terms, that's a child.
Child, yes.
Right, okay. Do you know where that child was when you were conducting your activities at the gas pump?
No, sir.
Deputy Jesus, did you just see the individual who kind of ran around the patrol car with the fire extinguisher?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who that person was?
It appears to be an employee for Walmart.
All right. Okay. You said that on that day you also had body-worn camera that was functioning, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You have permission to publish the body-worn camera?
Yeah.
So I just played it all the way through 175407, and I'm going to back it up and ask you some questions about what we saw. All right, now, do you know who the deputy immediately in front of you is?
Judge, at this time, prior to continuing with anything else, I'd like to go through a completeness before we go back and view individual clips.
I don't know what that means. I'll try to do a better job of stopping and slowing it down. All right, so 2 deputies on the screen. Again, can you tell us who they are?
One would be Deputy Dominguez and one would be Deputy McLean.
All right, and now as you run towards the pumps, we can see that same vehicle that was on the in-car camera. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right, and is that the vehicle that you end up unplugging the pump from and plugging it back in?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so now, who is this person right here? Do you know?
Deputy Cofinas.
All right. Now let's stop the video at 17:53:48. Do you see the 2 individuals standing on the right-hand side?
Yes, sir.
And Can you describe those two individuals?
It'll be a white male, bald head, white shirt on the right, and then appears to be a juvenile on the left.
Right.
Oh,
Do you
child.
know, can you remember how far away they were from where the fire started?
According to the video, or my
Your
recollection,
recollection?
I can't speak upon that because I
Okay.
didn't even know they were there until the video.
Did you just hear that noise? Can you play it back?
Play it back, please.
Yes, sir. You hear what that's on?
Yes, sir.
You know what that is?
It'll be a taser cycling.
All right, when you say a taser cycling, what do you mean a taser cycling?
So when a taser is utilized and the probes hit the subject, it cycles for 5 seconds.
And by cycles, you mean delivers electricity.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know who fired that taser?
I can't speak upon that, sir.
Okay. You see the person in the frame that I'm circling right now?
Yes, sir.
And who is that person?
That'd be Crawford.
What did we just hear?
Kill the pump.
And you know who said that,
That'd be Crawford.
right? Is that the command that you heard that led you to take the actions you then took?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you see the dirt bike that you were referencing earlier?
Yes, sir. I do.
Right here by the side column?
Yes, sir.
And then, are all of the activities with the suspect who turns into a victim over here?
Yes, sir.
And so just basically on the other side of the column.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear the statement that was just made?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who made that statement?
That'd be Crawford.
And if I misstated, you tell me. He said, you're going to get tased again.
That's correct.
And now, just for your honor's benefit, it's the state's intention to play the next 11 minutes of the video.
Okay.
Who is that whose lower body is on fire?
That'd be Crawford.
Where's the fire extinguisher? Where's the fire extinguisher? Everyone back up! Get out! Back up!
100 absolutely, D51.
We're moving on to Orange County University. Orange County D51.
I don't know that. 9? Wawan, write that number, Give me the phone. There he is to the sheriff's office. Yeah, this deputy gets too. So an officer right here, he has burns on his legs from the...
You have the extinguisher in your car?
The deputy gets to the sheriff's office. So I have an officer, full burns from probably knee down. It's severe. We're gonna... Yeah, I'm looking at number 3951. I don't... Yes. gas pump, trying to get a guy off the bike. His gasoline was dripping out of the vehicle, and something sparked it, and it just went. And he was one of the deputies next to it.
We have 4 units responding, and you got to get it ready.
How old are you? How old are you? He's 32.
You're supposed to run your ass with the fire's out. The fire's out.
Yeah, he's awake, conscious, breathing. What's wrong?
Fire is out. I think that one thing is to remove the pump so get on.
No, man, we put out the fire. He just... yes. Is anybody else hurt? Ooh. Okay. We also have another deputy there. Yeah, he's completely alert, yes. Yes, 2 deputies. Yes, right leg is burnt. Yes. No, man, he's talking normal. He's So he's burned on his right leg and his left leg from kneeing down, and yeah. I don't know. We're checking right now. Just 1 second. So as of now, I don't see any burns on the upper body, just lower body. Yes. Yep. No, my fire is completely out. Yes, sir.
Well,
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yep, thank you. Yep. Whose phone is this? Thank you. You're good. I appreciate it.
what's your number?
Just from the knee down.
These 2 rescues.
We're going to get these 2 rescues for FD. We have 2 officers hurt and 1 suspect.
Still rescues. FD coming telephone junction. Now should be there probably about 30, 40 seconds.
10 more seconds, sir.
Hey, did you keep your ID in here, your wallet or anything?
You didn't have an ID on you at all?
Can you take it?
Yeah. Please have a vehicle.
Stop the video at 18:01 and 4 seconds. Do you see the injuries that you were describing earlier on the victim, Jean Barreto Vallarta?
Yes, sir.
Can you, if you want to use a laser pointer, bring it on right here? Just circle the areas you talked about with the skin falling off and the burns. Okay.
Take over?
No, I'm just telling you his name was
Take me these, please, take me these.
Okay, what's your first name? John?
J-O-N-J-O-H-N. Hey, John.
John, I know you're in pain. You gotta listen to us. J-O-H-N? How do you spell your first name? John.
John.
I need.
I'll just shoot. What's your last name? Last name. John, I need you to listen to me and respond.
Please don't stop.
What's your last name? And you
Take me the hands
can't. What is your last name? John. What's your last name? John what?
Oh,
What is it? Breathe in and out. I'm gonna need your last name, okay? I know it's hard.
Close just a little bit.
Please, I need the
The
ambulance.
ambulance is here. What's your last name? Your last name. B-R, is it B-A-R-R-E-T-O? What's your date of birth? When were you born? Listen, after you give me your fingers, I need your birthday. What is it? What's your birthday?
Oh my God, take the hands off, please.
They're here. They're gonna be here in a few minutes. What's your birthday? Date of birth. I need it now. January what?
January 3.
What's the year?
January 6.
Do you have a middle name? Do you have a middle name? I can't find him. John, spell your first name for me. Is it J-O-H-N? Okay, well, the fire department's going to come, but they're going to need your information. So if you want the fire department to help, you're going to have to give me the information. What's your first name, John? How do you spell it?
You can bring lights up now. Thank you. Deputy DeJesus, when you ran up and observed Deputies Kofinas and Crawford, you said that the victim in the case was resisting, right?
Yes, sir.
And yet you didn't make any effort to help them or intervene in that resistance, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you try to help the two deputies?
From what I observed, it was a very confined space with two deputies on top of him. I didn't see the benefit of me going on top of it. It was just overcrowded and just too many people on top of him.
Did you have a taser with you that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever draw your taser?
No, sir.
Why wouldn't you, or why didn't you draw your taser or attempt to use it during this encounter?
I didn't see the need on my role on the call. I just wasn't hands-on, wasn't really involved in the use of force part.
Would you ever use your taser near the gas pumps?
No, sir.
Why not?
Just based off of agency policy.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barber?
You testified a little bit today about tasers and policies and things related to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
So have you gone through training on how to use a taser?
Yes, sir.
And where do you go through that training?
Through the agency provides the training.
Okay, is that something that you do at Police Academy or just at the agency?
Police Academy has a chapter on it, but the majority of the training, at least using and utilizing, is within the agency.
And so would you say you're familiar with the agency policies regarding use of tasers?
Yes, sir.
And you've read through them all?
Yes, sir.
And so you would agree that under Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies, it does state that the threatened use of a taser is a valid technique for de-escalation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based on your training and experience, when a law enforcement officer threatens to use a level of force, do they always then thereafter follow up by using that force?
Not every single time.
Sometimes it's used as a bluff to gain compliance from resisting suspect, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you'd stated at some point you did turn on your lights and sirens on the way to the Wawa, right?
That's correct.
And you did that because you wanted to arrive on the scene before the suspect finished there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you were driving fast on the way to Wawa then?
Yes, sir.
So you believe that this was a time-sensitive matter?
Yes, sir.
And you were concerned that the suspect was going to flee from the Wawa then if you didn't get there in time?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And were you concerned about the danger that could put other people in?
Yes, sir.
Specifically civilians?
Yes, sir.
Other motorists?
Yes, sir.
Other law enforcement officers?
Yes, sir.
Now, I believe you testified that when you arrived, you saw that the suspect was resisting against Deputy Crawford, Deputy Kofinas, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the entire time you were on scene, did you ever see Deputy Crawford, Deputy Kofinas gain control of the suspect's arms and get him in the handcuffs?
Not complete control, no, sir.
And the suspect was resisting the entire time he was there up until the moment the fire erupted, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to observe where the suspect's hands were when Deputy Crawford and Deputy Kofinas were struggling with him on the ground?
I can't answer that accurately, no, sir.
That's all right. And you testified earlier that all the deputies at the Wawa were wearing their agency-issued uniforms, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And does that include patches and insignia?
Yes, sir.
And badges?
Yes, sir.
So you would say all those deputies were well marked and easily identifiable as law enforcement officers, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And there were no undercover deputies there? These were all uniformed?
Yes, sir.
Now, the entire time you were present at the Wawa, you only heard a taser discharge once, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you personally observe who discharged that taser?
No, sir.
And you never saw Deputy Crawford discharge a taser at any time, did you?
Not visually, no, sir.
Now, you'd stated earlier that you heard Deputy Crawford verbally state a warning about the gasoline, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
In fact, would you agree that he screamed that warning?
Yes, I can agree with that, yes, sir.
And so he said that very loudly then, right?
Yes, sir.
Loudly enough for everyone in the area to presumably hear?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Did you take that as a warning from Deputy Crawford about the danger posed by the gasoline on the ground?
Yes, sir.
And then after the fire is extinguished, which one? Right after the fire ignited, did you first go to assist Deputy Crawford?
Yes, sir.
And at some other point, you did go over to where the suspect, Mr. Barreto Baerga, was, correct?
That's correct, sir.
When you went over to see the suspect, Barreto Baerga, was he in handcuffs when you got over there?
Yes, sir.
Now, Deputy Crawford didn't put those handcuffs on him, did he?
I didn't observe the handcuffs being placed, but obviously he was on the ground, so he couldn't place the handcuffs.
Now, we watched some videos here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at one point in the video, did you see the suspect running across your in-car video camera on fire?
Yes, on the viewing, yes, sir.
And at that point, his arms weren't handcuffed, right? They were free. He was running with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on that same video, you see Deputy Crawford run in a different direction on fire as well, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then you went over to assist Deputy Crawford at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
And help him put out the fire.
Yes, sir.
And so then when you went over to Mr. Barreto Baerga, he was in handcuffs, right?
Yes.
So logically speaking, Deputy Crawford could not have been the one who put handcuffs on him, right?
There's no way.
Right. So some other deputy on scene took it upon themselves to handcuff him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a law enforcement officer, are you trained to handcuff people who you believe pose a danger to officers?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Are you trained to handcuff people who you believe have committed crimes?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, you testified earlier prior to arriving to the Wawa, you had heard some radio transmissions, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And those radio transmissions included information and updates about the suspect fleeing, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And did those radio transmissions include information about him fleeing from a traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
And did it include those radio transmissions include information about the suspect, Mr. Barreto Baerga, driving recklessly?
That's correct, yes, sir.
They include updates that he was doing wheelies on his bike,
That's correct, yes, sir.
and that he was running through red lights,
Yes, sir.
that he was driving on sidewalks,
Yes, sir.
and that he was doing legal U-turns. And based upon your law enforcement training and experience, are you taught that somebody who flees from police in that manner needs to be treated as if they are a dangerous individual?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Did you ever personally observe which deputy it was that drew a taser out at the Wawa?
No, sir.
And just to be clear, you never saw Deputy Crawford discharge a taser, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Based on all your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, if officers are in a scuffle fighting with someone, is it possible that weapons can sometimes be accidentally discharged?
Objection calls for speculation.
Have you received any training as a law enforcement officer regarding tasers and firearms?
Yes, sir.
Does that training include any instruction about potential hazards or dangers that can be presented when deputies use firearms or tasers?
Yes, sir.
Does that training include any warnings about dangers posed by weapons? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Does that training include any instruction about dangers posed by weapons being accidentally discharged during hands-on scuffles? If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't remember that part. I'm not saying that that's not included in the training. I just can't recall.
Now, when the state was questioning you, you testified that when you grabbed the bike and pulled on to move it, you didn't see any sparks, correct?
No. Yeah, I didn't visually see.
Now, the bike was laying flat on the ground, right?
That's correct.
And so, did you, I guess, get on the opposite side and pull it toward you? Is that how you attempted to pull it up?
It would be that it was laid down towards me, and I attempted just to pull it up.
Okay.
So I didn't go around, if that's what you're asking.
So if I'm you, I'm standing here. I guess like the handlebars and the seat are here, and the tires are facing away from me. Would that be accurate?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Right. And so where exactly did you grab the bike? Do you remember?
If I recall correctly, it'd be the handlebars.
Okay. Did you use one hand or two?
2 hands.
Okay. And they're both on the handlebars?
I don't want to give a definite answer on that. They'd be more assumption than.
And that's fine. Yeah, we don't want you to assume. All right, so you grab the bike with 2 hands, and then when you're pulling it up, did you, I guess, more push it away from you or pull it towards you, or how was that action?
It would be more away for me to get the bike to set up right.
Okay, so you're grabbing it and you're pushing it kind of away like that, up on the wheels.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you first grab the bike and it's laying flat and you immediately go to move it, I think you said you didn't see sparks, right?
Not visually, no, sir.
Now, if any metal parts, John, were you laying flat on the ground to where you can see what was going on where the bike met the concrete?
No, sir.
So you cannot say for sure whether any metal parts of that bike scraped against the concrete when you grabbed it, can you?
No, sir.
Can you also say for sure whether there was no sparks created by a metal piece of the bike scraping against the pavement? Did you in fact see a spark as soon as you touched the bike, and that's when the fire came?
I didn't visually see any spark.
Do you remember giving an interview back on April 27th, 2022 with a detective?
Regarding this case?
Regarding this case, did you sit down for an interview with a detective where they asked you questions and you answered?
I can't recall any interview.
Would it help refresh your recollection? Deputy, would it help refresh your memory or your recollection if you were to look at a summary of the interview?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And I have shown this to the state.
Thank you, sir.
And if at any point your memory is refreshed, just let us know.
Okay, I can recall the incident, yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach to retrieve?
You may.
So has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember giving an interview with Detective Ashley Sobich back on February 27, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the state line approach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
My Honor, thank you very much.
Of course.
So when I looked up, the car was right next to us, was pumping gas, so I took the gas out of that, and then as soon as I turned, I realized the bike was pouring gas everywhere also. So as soon, I tried grabbing the bike to lift it up so the gas was empty before I noticed, and as soon as I touched it, the spark, the fire came, and then I ran out, my aluminum pipe went out.
So the state objects to impeachment because it has to be consistent with its testimony, and what I heard him say is the spark from the fire came. Not there was a spark, and then I saw the fire from the spark from the fire came. So that's not, first of all, he didn't say, I believe he said he didn't remember. I'm trying to remember now, I honestly don't remember what his testimony was, but the testimony I just saw was the witness saying, and then the spark from the fire came.
So what I wrote down in terms of the testimony about the sparks was that he did not see sparks when he moved the bike.
Right.
That's what I wrote down.
Correct. And now on the interview, he's saying as soon as I grabbed the bike, that's when I saw the spark and then the fire. So when he grabbed the bike, he did see a spark. So it's a completely inconsistent statement. It's the exact opposite of what he testified to, Judge.
Okay. You can impeach the witness. The objection's overruled.
So that I understand, we're going to play it for the board, which I think is probably appropriate given the response he gave.
Well, he's already what he did, he testified that he did not see sparks when the bike moved, right? So then you refresh his recollection with the interview that he gave to the officer, or to the detective. You've confronted him with a statement, right? Okay. So either you can play the video, or I think that the jury needs to be able to hear exactly what the statement was that he said.
Yeah,
right?
my intention would be to play the video. If I can have a moment, because I got to get that connected real quick.
Yeah.
I know it's been playing with us a little bit today. If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
No problem.
I know it's been playing with us a little bit today. If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
No problem.
So I think on my end it's okay, perfect. All right, can I just test the audio before we bring them back in, Judge? That's what's been giving us the biggest issue. Appears to be working, Judge. Is there a way to get the remote turned out? Because I have it all the way up on my computer.
Try that. Yeah, all the way up.
That's it.
Okay, I mean, it's in evidence, and it's not in evidence.
Right. A little hard to hear. Let me try one more time. I just want to make sure they can hear the actual statement, Judge, before we bring them up. My opposing counsel may just save me, Judge. Yes, that's much better. Right here, I'm gonna, I believe at this time we queued up just a few seconds prior to him saying that. I think we're gonna run
We're good. Okay, might take 10 minutes. We'll go ahead and bring the trigger out and thank you. Mr. Barber, you may proceed.
Thank you. And Debbie, you can see the screen behind you.
Yes, I can.
And do you recognize that to be a video and audio recording of the interview you gave on March 27, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And that interview was regarding the facts and the incident of what happened at the Wawa gas station we've been discussing today?
Yes, sir.
So I looked up the car that messed us, the police to the guy for that. And then as soon as I heard the lights,
So, sir, you would agree that back on February 27, 2022, you took an oath to tell the truth during that interview as well?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that during that interview, you had told the detective that as soon as you grabbed the bike, you saw a spark and then the fire started, correct?
Can I say exactly what it stated? Can you say exactly what it stated?
Would you agree that back during that interview, you stated, I tried grabbing the bike to lift it up. As soon as I touched the bike, that's when the spark, and that's when the fire came.
Spark of the fire, yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect, Mr. Williams? Okay.
So there was no spark. You were saying there was a spark, wasn't a fire, right?
That's what I was trying to indicate, yes, sir.
Right. Can we agree that you never saw law enforcement's initial contact with the suspect who became a victim, Jean Barreto Byron? Could you repeat that one more time?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So you don't know how that whole thing started, is that fair?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So you were over the bike. Did the fire start underneath the bike?
All I recall is just flames coming up. I can't say where exactly.
You don't know where they came from?
As soon as I started lifting it up, that's when I saw the fire come up.
Would you agree with me that the evidence from the video would be the best evidence of where the fire came from?
Objection. It calls for him to give an opinion.
Sustained.
Was your body cam operating properly that day?
Yes, sir.
Having reviewed it, did it record everything accurately to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
So, the last question or couple of questions I have is, you were asked some questions about your training and threats of using a taser. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And counsel asked you if you're trained to make threats to use an item, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that is part of your training to use a threat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you've testified that you did not see the actual discharge of the taser in this case.
Yes, sir.
But you did hear Deputy Crawford say, you're going to get tased again.
Yes, sir.
And can we agree that within a second of him saying that, the fire started?
According to the video, yes, sir.
No further
Objection,
questions.
Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge is testified.
I don't have any other questions.
Objections overruled. Deputy De Jesus, thank you. You may step down, sir. Is he excused?
He is excused and released. Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask to keep him under subpoena. We intend to recall him.
All right, so Deputy De Jesus, you are still under subpoena. Okay, so you're excused for today. The state may call its next witness.
State called Detective Kayla Ruiz.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk?
You may. Backward up to the witness stand. Thank you. Just face the clerk to be sworn in. Good morning. Good morning.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am. You may be seated.
Proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Can you tell us your full name, please?
My name is Detective Kayla Ruiz
And where you're currently employed?
with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been employed with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
since April 2016.
So that's more than 8 years, is that right? Okay. You're kind of soft-spoken, so try to lean into that mic, okay? The chair doesn't move, so you just gotta pull it down. There you go. What's your current assignment at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide
It's probably self-evident, but could you tell the members of the jury what you do in the homicide unit on a daily basis?
So currently, day to day, we typically report or kind of investigate anything that has to do with death. So suicides, unattended deaths, medical, anything that has to do with anyone passing away.
How long have you been in the homicide unit?
2 years now?
And would you mind just walking us through your career at the sheriff's office from when you started on patrol up to when you went to homicide 2 years ago, please?
So I first started as a road deputy. I did that for about 2 years. In the road, pretty much any type of call, any calls for service, 911 calls, ranged from civil matters to shootings in progress. After that, I got assigned to the sex crimes and child abuse unit. I did that for 4 years. That's investigating any type of child abuses or anything that has to do with sexual batteries. And I did that for 4 years. Then I moved over to what is now known as homicide. It was previously called the violence crime unit. That's what I did.
Right, how long were you in the violent crimes unit?
They changed the name, so it's the same unit that I'm in now, the homicide unit, but I've been in there for 2 years.
I understand. So, can you tell members of the jury approximately how many, I'll call them violent crime investigations you've conducted over the course of your 2 years in that unit?
I would say 30, 40 or so.
All right. Were you employed with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and on duty back on February 27th of 2022?
Yes.
And did you end up responding to an event that occurred at the Wawa gas station located at 3951 Central Florida Parkway?
Yes.
And were you assigned as the lead investigator into the law enforcement use of force at the gas station?
Yes.
Can you tell us generally where the gas station is located?
It's located in Orlando. It's in the corner of John Young Parkway and Central Florida Parkway.
And I believe you said that's in Orange County, Florida. Is that right?
Yes, it's orange.
So how is it that you work for the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and you investigated a crime that occurred in Orange County?
So it originally came out as a 911 call for service, and deputies, during their investigation in that call, a traffic stop was conducted. The person who they did the traffic stop on fled, and they fled to Orange County.
So law enforcement pursued.
Yes.
And that was completely lawful?
Yes.
Just to be clear?
Yes.
All right. All right, may I approach the witness to what's been marked as State's Exhibit B has been shown to counsel?
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit B. It's a composite of 5 photographs. Could you look at each one of them and let me know when you've had a chance to do that? Do you recognize the images, the 5 images in State's Exhibit B?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene at the Wawa gas station on a general day, not this day in particular?
Yes.
Would they help you illustrate your testimony?
Yes.
At this time, we ask the court to admit States B as States 2.
What was marked for identification of States B will be admitted as States 2.
Permission to publish States 2, Your Honor?
You may.
So we're going to go through them one at a time, just to sort of orient everyone. There's a laser pointer right here. It is on. The green button gives you a laser. Could you sort of show us where the major roads are and then where the gas station was?
I don't work in Orange County, but the main road would be this one right here and this one.
And where was the Wawa?
The Wawa's located right there.
And I'm publishing photograph 2 of States B. Again, if you could just show us as an enlarged view of which specific roads we are and where the Wawa is located.
The main road's right here, and the main road's right here, and then this is the Wawa.
Publishing States, or Exhibit 3 of States Exhibit 2, photograph 3 of States 2. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Again, main road right here, main road right here, and then this is the Wawa.
Publishing photo 4, we're from a different angle.
Just, yes.
Right. And photograph number 5.
yellow.
Is that the way that it looked back then?
Back then when I arrived, it was nighttime. Yes.
Good point. Other than being at night,
Yes.
are the photographs accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So what time did you arrive on scene at the Wawa?
It was dark. It was nighttime.
Right? What was your general understanding of what had occurred regarding the use of force when you first arrived?
The initial call that we responded to was that a deputy deployed a taser, and the taser ignited a fire. The initial call that we got.
When you arrived at the scene, had the victim of the fire already been transported?
Yes.
Do you know where he was taken?
He was taken to Orange Regional Medical Center.
Would that be Orlando Regional?
Orlando Regional Medical Center.
And again, you don't work in Orange County?
Don't work in Orange County.
No problem. Were any members of law enforcement transported for their injuries?
Yes, they were also other deputies seen.
And one of those deputies was Deputy David Crawford?
Yes.
Were other members of law enforcement still on the scene, however?
There were some, yes.
Did that include crime scene investigators?
Yes.
When you first arrived, did you make initial observations of the scene?
I did.
Was the scene photographed?
Yes, it was.
May I approach the witness to what's been marked as State's Exhibit C and shown to counsel?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit C. It's a composite of, I believe, 9 photographs. If you could take a look at each and let me know when you've had a chance to do that. Do you recognize the images in State's Exhibit C?
Yes, I do.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the Wawa scene that evening when you observed it?
Yes, sir.
Would ask the court to admit State C as State's 3.
Mr. Barber?
No objection.
All right. State's Exhibit C will now be admitted as State's Exhibit 3, and you may publish, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Detective, on the screen behind you, we're going to put up the images for the members of the jury. Could you just tell the members of the jury what they're looking at in this photo?
So pretty much what you're looking at is just a typical gas station. These are gas pumps. These are what our vehicles, patrol vehicles look like from Osceola County. Civilian vehicle right over here. And then this yellow line is our crime scene tape.
And it looked this way when you first arrived?
Yes.
Right, now publishing photograph number 2 of State's Exhibit 3. Just a close-up?
Yes.
Fair enough. All right, what about in photograph number 3?
These two vehicles, marked agency vehicles, are our vehicles from our agency. They are near the gas pumps.
Were you able to determine, or do you know, which deputies were riding in which of those vehicles?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury pointing to each?
The one right over here, this one was assigned to Deputy McLean at the time, and then this one right over here was Deputy De Jesus.
Publishing photograph number 4 of State's Exhibit 3.
Looking at this photo, gas pumps, for your reference, gas pumps would be kind of like right over here. This is one of the main roads, and then that is a motorcycle.
Did that turn out to be the motorcycle or the dirt bike involved in this incident?
Yes.
Photograph number 6 of State's Exhibit 3. What are we looking at here?
So the previous photo that it showed the motorcycle in reference, it's right over here off this corner. The main road is right off here, and then if you can see this little thing right over here, that's a motorcycle helmet.
I thought I had a photo, but let's see if we can. Oh, too much. Zooming in on that same photograph. That's the helmet you talking about?
Yes.
And there are also some items of clothing.
Yes.
Do you know, or did you learn who those belong to?
These belong to Jean Barrera.
And the next photograph, just a backwards view.
Yes, so this is if you were standing next to the helmet looking towards the gas pumps.
Do you know why that burgundy SUV is sitting within the crime scene cage?
Yes, that vehicle was there before, during, and
Objection.
That's okay. Did you eventually make contact with individuals associated with that vehicle?
yes, the driver.
The driver. Did you conduct an interview with the driver?
Yes.
Doing photos. And this photograph here, why was it taken, or what do you see that's significant?
The reason this photograph was taken was this right here. This was taken when they were trying to extinguish the fires.
Photograph number 8, I believe. Actually, it's 7. Go ahead.
So this photograph was taken, obviously, to photograph the evidence that's right here. This is pretty much the localized location of where the initial incident occurred.
Okay. Photograph number 8.
And it's just a more overall shot of the same location we were just looking at.
And last, the photograph.
And then another of the opposite angle and the opposite way.
Okay. After you made your initial observations, did you conduct some witness interviews?
Yes,
Did that include some deputies?
yes.
Did you learn during the course of those interviews and investigation that there was body-worn camera involved?
Yes.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled. What was your response?
Yes.
Okay. Without saying what's on the videos, did you eventually observe and watch the body-worn camera of several deputies that responded on the scene?
Yes, countless of hours, yes.
You watched all of them,
Yes.
documented them thoroughly. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you make any efforts to see if there was any other video available that was not from a body-worn camera or dash cam?
Yes.
Did you locate or find any other video besides that which might be under the control of the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And where was that video located, or where did you get it from?
From the incident location.
In layman's terms, we would say you got it from the wall.
Yes, the local.
Now, at this time, I ask permission to approach the witness who must be marked as States D.
You may.
It's been shown to counsel. Do you recognize States Exhibit D in this disc?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
My signature.
Does that signature mean that at some point you watched what the contents of this video were?
Yes.
And what are the contents of this disc?
That is the surveillance video from the wall.
And is this the same video that you retrieved from the store during your investigation?
During that time frame, yes.
Does what's depicted on the video match up with the body-worn camera that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask the court to admit States Exhibit D as State's favor.
Mr. Earl?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so what was marked for identification as State's Exhibit D will be admitted as State 4, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so just as a starting point, if you could use the photos that you previously described in the video that we have now to sort of orient the jury to what we're looking at.
So this angle is from on top of the wall storefront, located towards the pumps. You have a main intersection right over here, and then to the side right over there. This is gas pump 1, 2. It's counting this way, and then there's a second row of gas pumps following this way.
Do you see the victim, Keen Barreto Baerga, in this image?
He's located right over here.
All right. Now, earlier I asked you some questions about that burgundy SUV that was inside the crime scene tape. Do you see it in the video?
Yes,
Can you point it out for us?
it's right over here.
And at this stage, is it a fair statement that there are no law enforcement officers on scene?
At this time,
At this time, in the video.
the only ones was Star on top, which is our helicopter.
Gotcha. So there was a helicopter over top that had been tracking the vehicle.
Yes,
Okay. No, so that's a good question. No, good statement. No vehicles.
there was no patrol vehicles at this time.
Yes, ma'am. All right, we're going to let it play a little bit. Now, I'd like you to look at the area where the victim is and tell me what you see.
The victim moved from pump 4 to the back right over here. Should be pump 14.
Right, now, can you just count how many vehicles are in and around the gas station at this moment?
A reference to this picture.
Yes, ma'am, in this moment.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4. There's one back here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And
About 10.
that's just in the narrow window that we're looking at, is that fair?
Yes.
In this image, do you see what looks like a small boy standing near the gas pumps?
Yes, he is right over here.
Going back to the rear of that burgundy vehicle, do you see any people standing outside the rear of the burgundy vehicle?
Yes, there was a family in this vehicle.
When you say family, what do you mean?
Talking to them, there was about 7 kids in the vehicle and one dad.
And that burgundy vehicle is perpendicular, maybe 20, at the most 30 feet from where the explosion eventually occurs.
Yes.
Can we do?
I can re-ask it if you'd like to. How far is the burgundy vehicle with the 7 kids in it from where the explosion eventually occurs?
I'm not good with feet and distance, but I would say 15 feet or so, maybe 25.
All right. Now stop the video at 59 seconds, Detective. I'd like you to look at the right-hand side of your screen for the next few seconds. Did you see a figure enter the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
Can you circle that figure for us, please? And did your investigation determine who that person was?
Yes.
Who was that person?
Deputy Crawford.
And have you met Deputy Crawford in person? Before today, have you seen him in person?
Yes.
Right. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and describe an article of his clothing?
He's wearing a very handsome gray suit.
However, we asked the court to make a record reflecting this to identify the defendant.
Well, we're fine.
Okay, Detective, so you said that That person on the right-hand side entering the screen is Deputy David Crawford. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to play it now from 103. Right. So Deputy Crawford, would you agree, was the first person to make contact with the suspect turned victim?
Yeah, contact, yes.
Right. Is there also a patrol deputy that arrives very shortly thereafter?
Yes. This vehicle right here, that is one of ours.
Right. And do you know, or did you learn through your investigation who was driving the vehicle that pulls up behind where the takedown occurs?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Deputy Kofinas.
Now, at this point, the other two deputies that you previously identified in the photographs, had they arrived on scene?
Yes.
And again, could you just circle the vehicles and tell us who was driving each?
This vehicle right over here and this vehicle right over here, these are also one of ours.
At this point, do you see any flames?
No.
Is the family still standing outside the burgundy vehicle 15 feet away?
Yes.
And just to be clear, they were there when Deputy Crawford ran over and hit the bike.
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Were they there when Deputy Crawford came over and hit the bike?
Yes.
Now, can you orient us to the flames that have started now?
Flames are right over here, and there's one right here.
Do you know who that is on fire on the right-hand side?
Yes.
Who is that?
Deputy Crawford.
And what is this over here on the left-hand side?
That is another family right over here.
And what are those children doing?
They were running.
In this frame, now stopped at 140, do you see the victim, Jean Barreto Baerga?
Yes.
Can you circle him, please?
It's this little blurb right here.
Maybe more. Maybe one more. Thank you very much. Yes. Earlier you told us that you retrieved and actually viewed the body-worn camera of several deputies that day. Is that right?
Yes.
Was one of those deputies the defendant, David Crawford?
Yes.
You have an opportunity to watch that video repeatedly.
Yes.
Your Honor, that's the court permission to approach the state's exhibit E. It's been shown to counsel.
You may.
You recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this exhibit E?
Your signature.
Have you watched the contents of this disc?
Yes.
And do the contents of this disc contain the body-worn camera from David Crawford on February 27th of 2022?
Yes.
At this time, we ask the court to admit state's exhibit E as the next member of the exhibit.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Was it announced just a member? I'm sorry.
Oh, so there's no objection, Mr. Barber?
Correct. I withdraw my objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so at this time, what was marked as for identification of State's Exhibit E will be admitted into evidence in State's Exhibit 5, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so could you just sort of orient us as to what we're going to be looking at in the distance and what direction Deputy Crawford is approaching from? Maybe start with where's the actual store?
The actual store is off screen right over here.
Right, and so where was Gene Barreto Byron at this point?
At this point, he is in pump number 14, which is going to be in front of this pump. So it's not this one that you can see on screen, it's kind of right behind there.
All right. At this stage, do you know where the victim, Gene Barreto Byron, was located?
He is going to be right past this pump, right past this column right over here.
And for record purposes, I've stopped 17:53:24. If you wouldn't mind, Detective, see the top right-hand corner where the time is?
Yes.
I'd like you to count how long Deputy Crawford stands to yourself, count to yourself, how long he stands behind the curtain. You know how long he stood behind the pillar according to the clock?
About 8 seconds.
All right. At this stage, when the defendant is running or about to run towards the victim, are other law enforcement officers nearby?
They are on their way nearby.
Okay. You know how many? You remember?
It would be Deputy Malena at the time, and there's also Star on top,
All right.
which are helicopters.
So can you see the victim, Gene Barreto Byerga, in this image?
Yes.
Can you circle him for us?
It's right here.
What is he doing in that moment, if you can, that you can tell me?
He was looking down.
Is there any indication that he's aware that anyone is around him?
Your Honor, sorry, that was the video. I was trying to object to false or speculation. About his awareness.
Sustained.
I moved to strike.
The question was, is there any indication, not whether he was aware?
Could you approach, please?
No problem. So Detective, now the clock time is 17:53:35. Again, can you see the victim in the frame?
Yes.
And is he in the same posture?
Yes.
Is there any evidence in the video, or that you're aware of, that he was aware that anyone was around him?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may. Can we agree, or let me ask it this way, is there anything in the video that the victim is reacting to in this moment? Is he looking up?
No.
Is he looking around?
Please approach.
Objection.
So again, is he looking around?
No.
His head is down. Is that fair?
Yes.
He's not making, is he making any motions on the bike at all, indicating he's about to leave?
At this time, no.
Correct. Okay, gotcha. So, can you hear the statements that are being made?
Yes.
And what was the statement that was made?
Get on the ground.
Was it get on the ground, or was it something else?
Something else.
It was get on the fucking ground.
Yes.
Right, and that's Deputy Crawford saying that, right?
Yes.
Now, in this photograph, do you see the right hand?
Yes. Up to the Crawfords.
Right, and what do you see the hand holding on to?
Around the belt.
Okay. Back it up just a little bit. Right there, and I'm stopped at 17:53:47. Is there a second person now on the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who that person is?
That is Deputy Kofina.
And do you see Deputy Kofinas holding a weapon?
Yes.
Can you circle the weapon and tell us what it is?
This yellow thing right here is our tasers.
All right. Is the taser being applied to the victim?
Yes.
What area of the victim's body is he applying it?
I would say the lower abdomen.
Very near the waistband?
Yes.
What color is the victim's helmet?
Red orangish.
Did you hear that statement?
I think you're
I'll run it back again, no problem. Did you hear what that time?
Something pump.
Go back one more time. Did you hear it that time?
Clear the pump. Clear the pump.
There's gas. And listen to it again.
Yes.
Go way back this time. Did you hear the statement? If you can't make it out,
Yeah,
that's
I can't make it out right now.
That's all right. Who's that right there in the foreground of that video?
This bald head right here is Deputy Cofinas, and this guy right here is Deputy McLean.
So, at this stage in the encounter, how many deputies are hands-on or near hands-on with the victim?
Near hands-on would be 3.
And what do you see in that image right there?
That is another taser as well as other deputies.
Do you know who is holding the taser in that photograph? Or in that still shot of video?
And this still shot would be Deputy Crawford.
And what did you just see at 17:53:57?
Taser goes from Crawford's one hand and transitions it to the other hand.
Now this time, I'm going to back it up. I'm going to ask you to listen to hear what you, so you can hear any statements. Did you hear a statement?
Can you play it one more time?
Yes,
It
ma'am.
sounds very muffled.
It is very muffled. Were you able to make it out?
It's very, very muffled.
It's okay. So we're going to restart at 17:53:55. So at this point, the taser has been transferred from Crawford's right hand to his left hand,
Yes.
and that's at 17:53:57. And what's the time now on the top right? Yes, ma'am.
17:53:59.
And would you agree that at this stage, the flames have burst up?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any more public comment. Come on, put the lights back. Did you eventually conduct interviews with deputies McLean and Cofinas? I'm sorry, or did your agency?
Yes.
And I think you told us earlier that you generally watch body cam. Did you watch the body camera of Deputy Cofinas?
Yes.
And did you watch the body cam of Deputy McLean?
Yes.
Did they write reports?
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Detective Ruiz is subject to recall.
Okay. Mr. Barber?
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you state before you were the lead detective on this case?
Yes.
That you were not personally present at the Wawa when the events were happening, though, correct?
Yes.
I believe before you said you were there at night,
Yes.
and the videos obviously are all during daylight, correct?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that all the information you have about the case is based on information you learned from other people and observing evidence?
Yes, during my investigation.
And during your investigation, you went to the scene and looked at where all these different items were laid out as the stay-away walk you through, right?
Yes.
You were never able to locate the actual taser that was discharged when you went to the scene, were you?
At that time, no.
Was it there?
It was not there. It was collected.
So it had been removed? From the scene?
From the scene, yes.
Okay. And Deputy Kofinas was the one who removed it, correct?
Yes.
Now, earlier you had stated that you had seen another taser. Based on your investigation, was the taser that we saw on video that Deputy Kofinas used the same taser that we saw my client, Deputy Crawford, pick up?
During the course of watching all my videos, yes.
And so just to be clear, there was only ever one taser used at that Wawa on that day, correct?
Yes.
And that taser belonged to Deputy Kofinas.
Yes, it was assigned to him, yes.
Were you able to determine that my client never removed his taser from his holster?
His assigned taser, no.
And it was never discharged?
His assigned taser, no.
Now, as part of a use and force investigation, is it irregular for Deputy Kofinas to have collected his own taser after that incident?
I have to look at policies to see, but he did, once it was told to hand it over, he had it, he willingly gave it over.
Now, what is a crime scene technician? Can you explain that to the jury?
Crime scene technician is forensics, what we refer to them as forensics.
And are they the ones who took all those photographs we went over?
Yes, they collect evidence, they collect photographs, swabs if we need swabs. Yes.
So their job is to go to a scene, mark where the evidence is, and collect it, right?
Yes.
They were not able to mark and collect the taser in this case, were they?
No.
So they weren't able to complete that part of their job in this investigation, right?
At the time, yes.
So based upon Deputy Kofinas' action of removing that taser, you were not able to see where it was in location of the fire when you arrived at the Wawa.
At the time of my arrival, yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you'd said before, when you're looking at the video, you saw the taser transfer from one hand to the other.
Yes.
Would you agree it was transferred from a right hand to a left hand?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you obtain a receipt from the Wawa gas station for Jean Barreto Baerga's transaction that day?
No.
All right. Do you know who did?
I can't recall right now who exactly did.
Are you familiar with what property and evidence forms are?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what those are?
Those are receipts we give when we collect evidence to the civilians. They want a copy of them, and we also attach one to evidence. So we give it to them so they have records of what we collect. Just like a list of what we have.
And does the deputy or detective who collects a piece of evidence, are they the ones who would then put it into the property and evidence form, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you filled out a property and evidence form for a Wawa receipt of suspect's transaction, correct?
Yes, by filling one out, yes.
Okay. So, based on what you just said, that the officer who collects evidence fills it out, would you agree that you collected the receipt of the suspect's transaction for Wawa?
Yes.
Okay. And so you just misspoke before, misremember. Totally fine. I'm not trying to
I know.
set you up. All right. Here, may I first approach the clerk?
You may.
Now, may I approach the witness with what has been pre-marked for identification as defense B?
You may.
Okay. And detective, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Right. And what do you recognize? Without specifically going through all the information and just generally, what do you recognize that document to be?
A receipt
Okay. And where did you collect that receipt?
from inside the wall.
Okay. And was that the receipt for the transaction from Mr. Bright de Vallega's purchase of fuel that day at Wawa?
Objection, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you have any personal knowledge about whether that receipt shows the transaction that Mr. Bright de Vallega made at the Wawa gas station?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the receipt that you collected from the Wawa?
Without being a photocopy, yes.
Correct. So it's a fair and accurate copy, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Judge, may I reverse the code?
You may.
I just want to talk to you a little bit about the investigation that you conducted. When you were first asked to respond to the Wawa, so before you viewed any evidence or talked to anyone, did you already know what happened at the Wawa?
So before going, typically how it goes, I get a call from my sergeant, gives me just a little bit of information, and we're just told to go to the incident, and that's where we kind of brief and roundtable about what happened, what occurred. We get the information from the sergeant, so that's how everything starts to develop.
Okay. So before you have really opened the investigation, you let the
We just let the investigation go. Sometimes if it's clear cut, yes, we kind of know, or they're arrested already by the time of our arrival, yes. But in so my response was there was an incident involving a fire with a taser, so we kind of had to figure out kind of just what happened.
And so prior to actually completing your investigation, prior to arriving at the Wawa, you didn't have, would it be fair to say that prior to arriving at the Wawa, you were investigating the situation, not any one specific person?
Yes, just the situation itself.
So at that point, anyone who was on scene potentially could have been a suspect.
Before me getting there, yes.
Would that have included Deputy Kofinas?
Yes, everyone.
Now, based upon your investigation that you conducted, did you uncover any evidence that Deputy Crawford maliciously intended to cause injuries to Bright de Vallega?
Objection, also speculation.
Sustained.
I may have asked this already, I apologize if I did. You had the chance to actually look at Deputy Crawford's taser at some point during your investigation, the one that was in his holster and is assigned to him?
I didn't physically look at the taser, but I did read the reports, which would show if it was activated on or anything like that.
And were you able to determine whether his... No further questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, you were asked investigating if the investigation included Deputy Christopher Kofinas. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And I think I heard you say that when you responded, my paraphrasing is everyone was a suspect.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you write a report documenting your investigation?
Yes.
About 56 pages?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, is that a copy of your, we go through all 56 pages just for fun, is that a copy of your report?
Yes.
Right. Would you agree that there are dozens of law enforcement officers referenced in that report?
Yes, everyone pretty much involved.
Right. your agency, you and the other detective who worked on this, submitted
Or we will continue with the presentation of evidence. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Deputy McQueen or Detective. Yes.
And just so everybody knows, unfortunately, the feed in the live trial was lost for a minute, or for a little while. So we did not get the only thing we missed, though, to my knowledge, it was because there was an anchor that came on, which I cut out, was simply the end of that, the redirect. And then they went on a break. So, now we're on to the next witness. So I apologize for that there. That was just something that unfortunately was an issue with the regular broadcast. I guess they lost a service or whatever. But anyways, back on with the next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
I'm Detective Benjamin McLean, Maclean.
Where do you work?
With the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with that agency collectively?
Collectively for just shy of 8 years.
Okay. And you said you're a detective?
Yes.
In what unit?
I work in the violent crimes unit.
How long have you been assigned to that role?
For 1 year.
And what does a detective in the violent crimes unit do?
We investigate crimes involving homicide, attempted homicide, unattended deaths, suicide, and any major cases.
What did you do before that?
Before that, I was a detective with the Special Victims Unit. I was there for about a year as well, investigating crime against children and sexually motivated crimes.
How about before that?
Before that, I was on the crisis response team. It's a unit designed to respond to people suffering with mental health conditions, substance abuse concerns, and that's through outreach services.
Okay. And then did you ever serve as a dispatcher with the sheriff's office as well?
Yes, before I was sworn as a deputy, I was a dispatcher for 2 years before transitioning to the academy, getting a law enforcement certificate and serving as a patrol deputy.
Were you working on duty with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office on February 27th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
What was your actual position at that particular time?
I was a patrol deputy assigned as a field training officer.
And what did your roles entail at that particular time as part of patrol?
We would respond to 911 calls for service. We would patrol assigned areas within our jurisdiction. We generally just help the public make arrests where violations have occurred and assist where we could.
Did you respond to an event that had taken place at the Wawa gas station located at 3951 Central Florida Parkway, which is located in Orlando on that day?
Yes, I did.
And were you in your full uniform?
Yes, I was.
Were you in a patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Is that a marked patrol car?
Yes.
Is it equipped with lights and sirens?
It is.
Was anyone with you?
Yes, I had a recruit who was with me.
Do you recall who that was?
It was Deputy Dominguez.
Were you wearing a body camera video, and did you have one at that time?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain for the jury where the body camera video would be located on your uniform back in February of 2022?
It would have been in the center of my uniform, around where the navel is.
How do you recall how your body camera video became activated at any point?
I don't remember, I'm afraid.
Was it a situation where you could manually turn it on?
Yes, there's multiple ways that I'm able to activate it, through initiating the lights or the siren in the car, through manually pushing a button, through starting to run, or through being laid down for too long, it will activate.
Do you recall if you actually drove to the Wawa with your lights and sirens activated on this occasion?
I don't remember, I'm afraid.
Okay. Now, when you arrive on scene, what is the first thing that you observed?
I remember seeing deputies on the floor struggling with a person who we've been looking for.
And the deputies that you mentioned, who were they?
Deputy Crawford and Deputy Cofinas.
Is it fair to say you were the third person on scene or something else?
Yes, I was the third person on scene.
What did you do upon your arrival?
I assisted. I went to put my hands on the male to assist in the apprehension.
Can you describe generally where this was taking place, where Deputy Crawford and Cofinas had what you refer to as the suspect, Mr. Barreto, on the ground?
It was on the ground in the parking lot of the Wawa gas station adjacent to where you would fill it with gas adjacent to the pumps.
Were there other cars around?
Yes, there were.
And specifically where they had him on the ground, so meaning Mr. Barreto, were there vehicles around that particular area?
Yes, there were.
Normal cars, anything else that you recall?
There were cars, patrol cars, there was people around. There was the motorcycle on which the person we were apprehending had been riding.
Where was the motorcycle in reference to where Mr. Barreto is on the ground and Deputy Cofinas and Crawford are on top of him?
It was on the opposite side of the pumps where we were trying to apprehend him.
What was the positioning of the motorcycle?
It was laying down.
Did you observe any gasoline upon your arrival to that situation?
On my arrival, I didn't observe any gas.
Now, were you issued a taser at this time?
Yes, I was.
Did you deploy your taser?
No.
Did you see any tasers or observe the usage of any tasers that day?
I didn't in the moment watching my body camera. Afterwards, I did.
Objection, Your Honor. Refresh.
You may.
Okay, so at this point, Deputy Cofinas and Crawford are already on top of Mr. Barreto.
Correct.
Okay. Was there much space around? Can you describe kind of the layout of that scene for the jury?
He was laying face down on the concrete. I remember Deputy Crawford and Deputy Cofinas were on top of him, struggling with him. And I was able to get through between one of the kind of bollards that blocks where the pumps are and the actual pumps, and assist from that and to area like the ones is on.
And you said you had a body camera video at this time issued to you?
Yes, I did.
Was it working and operable prior to this occasion and on this occasion?
Yes.
Permission to approach the clerk? Showing the defense what has been pre-marked as states F for identification. Permission to approach the witness?
Yeah.
Detective, I'm going to show you a CD. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
What is this?
And this is a recording from my body camera.
Did you watch it prior to testifying today?
I did, yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the events that occurred on February 27th of 2022 when you arrived to that scene?
Yes.
Okay, and your initials, and I see your initials on there, is it David?
It is, yes.
The state would now move what has been pre-marked as states F into evidence as state 6.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, what was pre-marked as states Exhibit F will be admitted as states 5, and you may, or excuse me, state 6, and you may publish.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor, say 5, I'm 6.
It's 6.
Okay, sorry. I was just about to say.
No, I corrected it.
Thank you.
If we could have the lights. Of course. Thank you so much. Did you just hear that sound?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that is?
That's the arcing of a taser.
And we have the video paused at the 23-second marker for real time. It's 17:53:49 Eastern Standard Time. Do you recognize the deputy in the video here where it's paused?
Yes.
Who is that?
Deputy Crawford.
Okay. And do you know who the individual right below him is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Deputy Kofinas.
Okay. At this point, is Mr. Barretto on the ground?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Is Mr. Barretto underneath where both of these deputies are crouched over or kneeling?
Yes, he is.
So we just heard somebody yell something out. What was that?
Kill the pump.
And was there a mention of gas?
Yes.
Do you recognize anything or know who that voice is?
In the moment, I didn't know who it was.
Are you familiar with Deputy Kofinas and his voice?
I am, yes.
Is that Deputy Kofinas' voice?
No.
Okay. Whose voice is that, to your knowledge?
Deputy.
I'm going to pause the video at the 31-second mark, which is 17:53:57. There's liquid on the ground. Do you know what that is? Did you make any observations about that?
In the moment, no.
Okay. Does that appear to be gasoline?
It does, yes.
Could you smell anything or observe anything else about the gasoline?
In the moment, no.
We can have the lights turned on. Thank you. Now, we just watched your body camera video from that day. Does it appear that the takedown had already been initiated prior to you arriving at that Wawa?
Yes.
And Are other backup units coming, or are they on the way?
Yes, other units are coming to the parking lot and they're on the way.
And we saw a fire go off, and we heard a taser be deployed at some point on your body camera video.
Objection, Your Honor. We didn't testify.
Overruled. You testified that the sound that we heard in the video from your body camera video is a taser?
Correct.
Okay. And you observed that taser to go off next to the gas pump that we just observed in your body camera video?
In the moment, I didn't know that that's what had happened, but having watched my body camera.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
You may.
Now, we also saw in the video, and you recalled the motorcycle having been tipped over and on its side.
Correct.
Now, did you go hands-on besides what we observed in your body camera video?
No.
Okay. Was there much room to do anything between the gas pump and the vehicle that is depicted on your body camera video?
Not from where I was.
And did you deploy your taser that day?
No.
Why not?
I arrived and saw two deputies in a struggle. Somebody attempting to resist their arrest. So I assisted by going hands-on with them to effect the arrest.
May I have a moment to confer? You may. You advised before that you have previously been assigned to I believe you said the crisis response team, and you have worked at the sheriff's office since 2019, or is that an accurate?
I've been sworn as a deputy since 2019. Okay. I've worked with the sheriff's office since 2017.
Are you trained on any de-escalation tactics?
Yes, I am.
And what, if any, did you observe take place before that fire erupted?
De-escalation can happen in many different ways. It's not always verbal. Sometimes de-escalating somebody from harming themselves or others does mean de-escalating physically. And that's what I attempted to do, was to physically restrain, pry out his arm to prevent him from endangering anybody else.
Would de-escalation include attempts to go hands-on or utilize any other tactics before the deployment of a taser?
When time as well as the distance of the subject allows, we're able to verbally de-escalate or attempt to verbally de-escalate somebody.
May I have a moment? I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Robert.
Good afternoon, Detective. So you were just talking a little bit about de-escalation techniques, correct?
Correct.
And you've received training on those?
I have, yes.
And as a field training officer, you would actually train other people on some of those as well, right?
I would, yes.
And according to Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies, verbally threatening to use force against someone is a valid de-escalation technique, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Let's say, tase someone, that's not necessarily a statement of what they're intending to do then, right?
Not necessarily.
Because sometimes you threaten, as an officer, you threaten use of force to try to gain compliance, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, maybe gain compliance from a suspect who's resisting arrest?
Correct.
And have you also received training in regards to tasers and their proper use?
Yes, I have.
And do you receive that training through the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Do they touch on that in the academy as well?
They do.
When you were receiving training through the police academy, are you taught about a concept called muscle memory?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what muscle memory is?
By no means am I an expert in this, but it would be a response that the body does from having done that particular task several times in the past. It would almost be a spontaneous thing.
So would it be fair to say that law enforcement officers are trained to do the same tasks the same way every single time so that it becomes muscle memory?
To an extent.
And are officers taught to practice drawing their weapons over and over the same way in order to obtain muscle memory?
Again, to an extent, there are many different scenarios that could happen. We are trained to anticipate any scenario.
But muscle memory is something that officers are taught to use in the field.
Yes.
Is that because officers sometimes find themselves in fast-moving situations?
Yes.
Situations where they don't have time to think?
Yes.
Situations where they just have to rely on their training and act immediately?
Yes.
Now, before you arrived at the Wawa, you were listening to the transmissions coming over the police radio, right?
Correct, yes.
And those transmissions concerned the suspect who was eventually detained at the Wawa, or at Vallarta, correct?
Yes.
And those transmissions, did those transmissions include a description of the subject?
Objection, may we refer to human?
Were you So, Deputy, did you receive I think this is where I was at, did you receive a description of the suspect that you guys were looking for?
Yes.
Yeah. And was that the suspect that you guys eventually detained at the Wawa?
Yes.
And that was Mr. Roberto Vallarta?
It was.
Okay. Now, when you were listening to the radio traffic prior to arriving at the Wawa, were you receiving descriptions of his conduct on the roadways?
Yes.
And did that include the fact that he had fled from a traffic stop?
Yes.
And did it include the fact that he was doing wheelies?
Yes.
And that he was driving through red lights?
Yes.
And that he was driving over sidewalks?
Yes.
And that he was, in general, driving recklessly, correct?
Correct.
So when you arrived at the Wawa, you were there to assist in apprehending a criminal suspect, correct?
Yes.
And that person specifically was Mr. Roberto Vallarta?
It was, yes.
Now before, when the state was talking with you, they had asked you about whether you had your lights and sirens on when you arrived. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated you couldn't remember.
Correct.
Okay. Did you write a report in this incident? Before this incident, be a better way of saying that?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Would it perhaps help refresh your memory about whether your license signs are activated if you could take a look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Do you recognize this detective?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that as?
I recognize this is my report.
And I would specifically draw your attention to the last paragraph. If you could read that to yourself, please. Does that help refresh your memory as to whether or not your lights and sirens were activated when you arrived?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So when you arrived at the Wawa, were your lights and sirens activated?
No, they were not.
And is that because you did not want to alert the suspect to your presence?
Yes, it was.
And is that because you thought if he was alerted to your presence, he would recklessly flee again?
Yes.
And were you concerned that that could put road users in danger?
Yes.
So essentially you were trying to sneak up on him?
To an extent.
And as a law enforcement officer, you received training on how you're supposed to apprehend certain types of suspects?
Yes.
Depending on maybe the risk that they pose to officers and civilians?
Yes.
Would a suspect who was actively fleeing from police be somebody that would cause you concern when you're going to apprehend them?
Yes.
And is that the kind of person that you would want to apprehend without them being alerted to your presence?
Objection, may we approach? You may.
Going back to your training, were you trained as a law enforcement officer that if you're trying to detain a suspect who's fled from police, that you should try to do so in a manner in which you're not alerting them to your presence?
Not solely, but that's one of the ways that we apprehend them.
And that was the way that you were trying to do it in this case, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, you testified before on direct that you tried to assist with Deputy Kofinas and Deputy Crawford in securing the suspect, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, were you trying to grab his right arm and remove it from underneath him?
Yes, I was.
And where was his right hand at that time?
It was underneath his waist, stomach area.
And Mr. Berta-Baerga, he did not comply with your efforts, did he?
No.
And he continued to resist all the way up until the moment the fire started, correct? Were you concerned by the fact that you could not get his hand out from where his waistband was?
I was, yes.
And why is that?
The initial reason that we had responded to the call.
Objection, may we affirm?
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess. I've got to talk to lawyers about something outside of your presence. So at this time, I'm going to have the deputies escort you back into the jury room, and we will bring you back just as soon as we can. Okay. So the issue, once again, is the issue of the firearm and the motion in limine that was entered before the trial started. Ms. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. So, does Your Honor want me to instruct the witness or do it?
Well, I guess I wanted to have the broader conversation because you said you had concerns about him testifying at all about why he was concerned that the victim, his hands were in his waistband.
Well, I think the bigger concern is the question that had just been posed at the bench as a hypothetical question, or the next question that Mr. Barber wanted to ask, which was about weapons. He had the word weapons posed as concern. Deputies, how concerned they would be with the mention of that over in radio traffic control. And with the line of questioning that's been posed already to this witness, I think that, as I was mentioning at the bench, that's a concern because they're talking about Mr. Beretta, which would be a violation of the motion in limine in Your Honor's previous ruling. So I think that the state has concerns about the way that the questions are being asked But of course, we would like to now instruct the witness to remind you to not mention the firearm at all.
So, Detective McLean, there was an order entered by the court prior to the start of the trial that the witnesses may not talk about the existence of a firearm unless a proper predicate has been laid. So if that was information that you received over the radio or in response to the call, you can't mention that when you're testifying today. Okay? In terms of your concern about him speaking specifically about Mr. Barretto having a firearm, he is not allowed to talk or testify about that. But I do not think that it would be impermissible for him to speak about, because your question was why he was concerned that the defendant had his hands there. I think he can answer the question, generally speaking, of why a deputy or a police officer might be concerned about not being able to see a suspect's hands, right?
Right.
But not specific to this defendant.
Exactly. I'm not asking about, I'm not trying to get into the aggravated assault at all, Judge. I'm just trying to establish that deputies are trained that that people sometimes carry weapons in their waistline, and that if somebody's hands are there and they can't get control of them, that generally speaking, that's a risk, that's a danger. They gotta try to secure those hands. I'm just trying to get the training. I'm not trying to get anything specific about the aggravated assault in this case. But I thought the training was relevant, because in general, that is a concern all deputies would have.
All right. Do you understand the instruction, Detective? Okay. Anything else, Ms. Walker?
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right.
Could I, since the jury is out, I just do a quick bathroom break, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you. So, Deputy McCurry. Jury entering.
Mr. Barber, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So, Deputy McCurry, Detective McLean, sorry. Sorry, I'm just getting my... Did you have any concerns about the fact that you cannot remove the suspect's hand from his waistline area?
Yes.
Do law enforcement officers, did you receive any training as a law enforcement officer about that subject?
Yes.
And what is that, generally speaking?
We like to see people's hands. See their hands. It can pose a risk to us.
And is that because you don't know whether or not any given suspect has a weapon in their waistline?
Yes.
All right, Deputy, I just want to show you a couple parts of this video. Are you able to see that, Deputy?
Yes.
And who is that right there?
And that's Deputy Kofinas.
Okay, and are you able to observe what's in his hand?
That's a taser.
And at this exact moment, what does it appear he's doing with that taser?
It appears like he's holding it.
And are you able to view that picture well?
I can see it, yes.
Okay. Do you agree that this still shot depicts Deputy Kofinas' taser laying on the ground?
I see the taser on the ground. I don't know if it's his one. I don't know if it's still his one. You see it there.
But you see at least a taser on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And just 2 seconds before this, taking note of the time, there was a taser in Deputy Kofinas' hand, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you didn't see anyone else ever draw a taser during the incident, right?
No, I didn't.
And where is the suspect in relation to this picture?
His head is towards that bollard you can see on the right.
Is that it right there?
Correct.
So then his body's facing this way?
Correct.
And so this is the right side of his body, correct?
Correct.
And so that taser is on the ground right next to the suspect, right?
Correct.
Right next to his right arm?
Yes.
The arm that no one was ever able to secure?
Yes.
And in fact, if you look, can you see any space in between the taser and the suspect's body?
Yeah, a little gap, yeah.
Would you say it is directly next to the suspect's right arm?
Yes.
After the fire ignited, was there still a struggle with the suspect after that point?
No.
Did the fire pretty much end that entire ordeal on the ground?
Yes.
Was anyone else doing anything at that time other than trying to put out fires?
I can't speak for what everybody else was doing. That's what I was doing.
Did you observe Deputy Crawford on fire?
Not in the moment, no.
It's fair. Thank you. Now, I want to go back to your training a little bit. As a law enforcement officer, in your training to become a law enforcement officer, are you trained to always maintain control of your weapons during a struggle with a criminal suspect?
Yes.
Are there risks involved in losing control of your weapon while you're struggling with a criminal suspect?
Yes.
And what are the dangers posed by that?
The weapons could be used against us.
And if a weapon is within easy reach of a suspect who's resisting arrest, does law enforcement training tell you to remove the weapon from their reach?
Yes.
Now, based on all your training experience as a law enforcement officer, during physical struggles, do weapons, such as tasers or firearms, sometimes get discharged on accident?
Repeat the question.
Yes, based on all your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, is it possible during physical struggles with criminal suspects that weapons can be accidentally discharged?
It's possible.
Now, you testified before about using the threat of force as a technique to gain compliance or de-escalate, correct?
Correct.
Now, I think we discussed earlier about verbally stating that somebody's going to use force, right?
Yes, verbal de-escalation.
Now, as a detective, the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, and a field training officer, are you familiar with Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies?
I am, yes.
And are you familiar with their policies related to tasers?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with their policies related to response to resistance?
I am, yes.
And I believe it's response to resistance and aggression, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. According to Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies, isn't it permissible for a deputy to actually arc a taser as a threat of a use of force?
Maybe. Where?
The button doesn't seem to be working too well. Before I get into that question, can you just explain to the jury what arcing a taser is, just for their own benefit?
Arcing a taser is cycling the taser without its prongs being discharged. It makes the sound, but it doesn't make any contact.
Is it a rather loud sound?
Yes, it is.
Is it somewhat startling, maybe?
Yes, it is.
Okay. According to Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies, we've already established threatening the use of force is a permissible de-escalation technique, correct?
Correct.
And we established that verbally it's permissible, correct?
Correct.
But even going a step farther than verbally threatening force, it is permissible under Sheriff's Office policies to actually demonstrate that arcing to a resisting suspect in order to try to gain compliance, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Now, after the fires were all extinguished, do you know whether Mr. Barreto Bayerga was placed in handcuffs?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who placed the handcuffs on him?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you instructed your trainee to place handcuffs on him?
Yes, it was either me or my trainee. I don't recall, but after we watched the body camera.
And why did you place him in handcuffs at that time?
To effect the arrest, to detain him, to prevent him from fleeing further.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, Deputy Crawford did not place him in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
I just have one moment, Judge. I'll check on that. I have no further questions, Judge.
Ms. Walker, any redirect?
Nothing further, this witness can be used.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Judge, may he remain under subpoena and your call?
Yes, detective, please remain under the subpoena. Okay, you're subject to recall. Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
State recall Detective Kayla Ruiz. Ruiz, actually.
Good afternoon, Detective. You can have a seat in the witness stand, and you're still under oath from this morning.
Thank you for coming back. Not that you had a choice. So when you first testified, you told us that you were the lead investigator on the use of force where Jean Barreto Bayardo was a victim. Is that right?
Yes.
And you told us about your initial observations on the scene and some of the reviews that you did.
Yes.
You also talked about your viewing of the body-worn camera from relevant deputies and the collection of the wallet.
Yes.
Right. So we saw some photographs when you testified the first time. Did you take those photographs?
No.
Who took those photographs?
The forensics unit.
And do you remember specifically which member of the forensics unit responded to the Wawa on February 27th of 2022 and worked the scene?
Yes.
Who was that person?
Melendez.
Did she both document the scene photographs and collect evidence?
Yes.
She eventually write a detailed report.
Yes.
Don't say what's in it, but did you review her report?
Yes.
Was Ms. Melendez the only investigator besides yourself who responded to the crime scene that evening?
No.
Who else responded as far as investigation goes?
The fire marshals?
Right? Do you remember his name?
I can refer to my report for his last name.
Any objection, counsel? To her referring to her report? Or his name?
That's fine.
Your name?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Sure, go ahead.
It was Detective Anthony Kenny.
K-E-M-E-N-Y.
Yes.
Got it. Why was the fire marshal called to the scene?
Because there was a fire.
Did he eventually author a report?
Yes.
Again, without saying what's in it, did you review his report?
Yes.
And did you consider his findings in your final conclusions?
Yes.
Did there come a time in your investigation when the use of a taser became a focal point?
Yes.
What did you or others observe that brought the taser to your attention?
The time of the arc of the taser going off and then the fire starting, the time frame.
Now, due to the interest in the taser, did either you personally or your agency collect the tasers of all the deputies involved in this use of force?
Yes, we collected every deputy that arrived in the initial time frame. Yes.
So let's just be thorough and go through it. You collected DeJesus' taser?
Yes.
Benjamin's taser?
Yes.
the defendant David Crawford's taser.
Yes.
You also collected Christopher Kofinas' taser, is that right?
Yes.
Now, is there a way, I'm not asking you to give detail, but are you aware of a way to determine whether a taser has been discharged at a specific time?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury generally what that way is?
Usually it's downloaded into a computer and everything is time-stamped.
And by everything you mean trigger pulls and anything else?
Turning on, turning off, yes.
Right. Did you or one of your counterparts in the violent crimes unit, as it was back then, end up asking someone in your agency to examine all of the tasers?
Yes.
More specifically, were they asked to determine and download whether any of them were discharged at the time of this incident?
Yes.
Which one, if any of them, were discharged at the time that the fire started?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Not asking for details on times and numbers, but which taser was determined to have been fired at the time of this fire at the Wawa?
Deputy Kofinas' taser.
Having reviewed the body-worn camera footage, were you able to determine who discharged the taser?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury, can you tell the members of the jury about the process you undertook to make that determination?
The process for discharge fire?
Right, how did you reach that conclusion? Tell us, did you just decide one day that that was going to be it, or did you watch video, and if you did, explain what you did and how you documented it, please?
So the process that I took was watching body cam with every single deputy that was on scene due to their angles of everything. So I can kind of get an area of where everything was in different angles. I watched STAR, which is the helicopter's videos, to see their angles that they also did, as well as the taser report to see what times their tasers says that their tasers was activated or touched or arced or discharged, comparing it to the Axon body camera.
Down to the second.
Down to the second.
And based upon that complete review of all of the witnesses, did you reach a conclusion as to who discharged
Objection,
the
Your Honor. May
taser?
we approach?
You may.
On times and switching topics, can you tell me who the member of the agency was that downloaded the tasers in this case?
The member was, at the time, Sergeant Curtis.
And what was his role at the time?
He was over the training unit, and he was the one that takes care of the downloading of the tasers.
Was the At this time, the state would admit through stipulations, State's Exhibit G, which is the body-worn camera of Deputy Christopher.
That will be admitted as State's Exhibit 7, and you may publish.
Is Deputy Kofinas' video, in-car and body-worn, among the video that you reviewed for your work in this case?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now publishing, did John say it was 8?
It is 7.
7, that's what I was thinking. State's Exhibit 7, the in-car video. All right, now, do you still have the laser pointer up there?
I don't see it here.
I think I may put it down this
Nope, I got it. It's on. Green button still active. So, the video we're looking at, whose car does that look out from?
So the video is taken from the dashboard of Deputy Kofinas' car, which is the hood right here.
Right. And as soon as he pulls up, what is in front of his vehicle?
This was one of the witnesses that I interviewed and his son.
Did you get the age of the son?
I believe it was 9, but I'm not, it's in my report.
May I retrieve the laser pointer?
Of course.
For reference, is Mr. Bayerga's bike was over here, right?
Yes. Or was. It was probably on the floor at this time.
Right, so you were present, we admitted the Wawa video through you. So the victim was sitting on his bike right on the spot, right?
Yes.
And right on the other side of the pump, when Deputy Crawford knocked him off the bike, was this father and his 9-year-old son.
Yes.
Who is that person that just ran past?
That is going to be Deputy Kofinas.
He actually ran past the 9-year-old, right?
Yes.
Now, at this point, and we're at dash cam 175401 of State's Exhibit 7. What do you see in this image?
So at this point, this is a fire igniting.
So you don't have to point, I'm sorry.
It's okay. The fire's right here. This is the son of the witness. This person right here is going to be Deputy Crawford. And this leg right here is going to be Kofinas. They're standing up at the time that this happened.
Now, I know you told us earlier that you're not good at gauging distance,
Not good.
but I'm going to ask you to the best of your ability how far the father and son are from the flames when they first arrived.
5 feet maybe.
Sure. Thank you so much. Did you also follow up in your investigation with the victim to determine the extent of his injuries as a result of the fire?
Yes.
Did that include ensuring photographs of the victim were taken at the hospital?
Yes.
And did you eventually obtain his medical records?
Yes.
I'll be deputies reviewing that, may I approach the witness with State's Exhibit I?
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you a composite of 2 photographs, State's Exhibit I. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And what are the images depicted of them?
These are the injuries of Jean Ryder.
As they were at the hospital?
That time, yes.
This time we ask the court to admit State's Exhibit I as the next number exhibit.
Mr. Body.
No objection. Sorry, Judge. Just look at something else.
Sure, no problem. So at this time, what was previously marked as State's Exhibit I will be admitted as State's Exhibit number 8. You may publish, Mr. Ruiz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing photograph number 1, State's Exhibit 8. Publishing photograph number 2, State's Exhibit 8. We're going to approach the witness with State's Exhibit H. And shown counsel.
You may.
This is a composite of, I will show the number of pages, it's several, more than 20. You recognize the documents in State's Exhibit H? And do you recognize those to be a portion of the medical records that were recovered for victim Jean Ryder?
Yes, a portion.
And at this time, we ask the court to admit State's Exhibit H as State's 9.
Mr. Rowe, any objection?
Objection, Judge.
All right, so what was marked as Exhibit 8 will be admitted as State's Exhibit 9. And you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not going to show you every page, Detective. Looking clear with the lights still on. So I'm publishing now page 11 of State's 9. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Up here where I'm sort of using my cursor, that has the admission and the discharge date. Is that right?
Yes.
And if I'm reading it wrong, tell me he was admitted on February 27th of 2022?
Yes.
And he was not discharged from the hospital until September 27th of 2022.
Yes.
My math is 9 months, excuse me, 7 months.
Yes.
Scroll down to the very end. can you just read the first sentence, first full sentence of that record, and then we'll let the jury read the rest on their own, please.
Yes, Mr. DiFerretto is a 26-year-old male who sustained a 65.75% total body surface area burn from ignited gasoline.
Your Honor, I do not have any further questions for Detective Ruiz. However, she's still subject to retrial.
Mr. Barber, did you have any cross-examination?
One moment, Judge, just double check my notes.
Sure.
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Detective Ruiz, you may step down to the subject. Thank you. Statement calls next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Selena Melendez.
Just make your way to the witness stand and then turn to face the court, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Actually, Your Honor, thank you so much. I'm going to say good morning, good afternoon. Could you tell the members of the jury your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Malena Melendez, last name M-M-E-L-E-N-D-E-Z.
Ms. Melendez, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Utah State Crime Lab as a forensic firearm examiner and tool examiner.
Being as how we're in Orlando, Florida, and you just said Utah, could you explain to the jury what it is you do now and how you got to Utah?
I was previously employed with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office from the years of 2018 to 2023. I moved to Utah and was employed by their state crime lab as a forensic firearm and tool mark examiner, and that was just a better career advancement and employment opportunity that I decided to take.
So you said you were employed as a crime scene technician in Osceola County?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you just tell the members of the jury what a crime scene technician does, or what you did as a crime scene technician at Osceola for the years you were there, on a daily basis?
So to be a forensic technician or crime scene technician, responsibilities include to respond to crime scenes, to photograph, document, process, billing, fingerprints, DNA, and also to identify, preserve, and collect items of evidence. In addition to that, we also process items of evidence in the laboratory for laying fingerprints and DNA as well.
Can you tell the members of the jury a little about your education that prepared you for your role as a crime scene technician and eventually firearms examiner?
So I received my bachelor's degree from the University of Central Florida in criminal justice with a minor in biology, and also received a crime scene investigation certificate. And when I was employed with the Utah State Crime Lab, they sent me to an 11-month training through the Ron Nichols Forensic Consultant Academy for the firearm and tool mark examiner portion of my career.
Did you receive any specialized training from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office in how to do crime scene technician work?
Yes, so as I was employed with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, I completed a 12-week comprehensive training program that consisted of 3 phases. The first phase is observation, so I responded to crime scenes and I observed the investigation from start to finish. The second phase was assistance, so during those few months I assisted the lead forensic technician with documenting, collecting evidence, and also observed the case from start to finish and assisted any way I could. The third phase consisted of me being the lead and being supervised during that phase, so supervised casework. So I would respond to the crime scenes, I will do all the initial responsibilities on the crime scene, and I'd be supervised by the supervisor of the forensics unit and or a trained forensic technician. So when I completed that training and I was signed off, I then investigated crime scenes on my own. In addition to that, I actually took an exam through the International Association of Identification, which is a national recognized organization for forensic professionals. And I completed an exam that awarded me a crime scene analyst certification, which is level 2 out of level 3 within the organization. In addition to that, I've also received more than 200 hours of professional forensic training across various forensic disciplines.
Okay. Were you employed as a crime scene technician for the Osceola County Sheriff's Office back on Sunday night, February 27, 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you respond to the Wawa gas station at 3951 Central Florida Parkway that night in reference to an incident involving deputies and a civilian?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you end up documenting the scene extensively?
Yes.
Write a report that's about 9 pages in length?
That's correct.
So can you tell the members of the jury what time you arrived at the Wawa?
I arrived at the Wawa around 8 p.m.
Right? What was the first thing you did when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived on scene, I met with the detectives on scene, which is Detective Ashley Soviak and Detective Kayla Ruiz. And after meeting with them, we conducted a scene walkthrough.
Once you did a scene walkthrough, did you learn that someone from another agency would also be responding to the scene to investigate?
Yes, that's correct.
And who is that person?
Detective Anthony Kinney, which is employed with the Bureau of Arson, Fire and Explosives Investigations Department.
Did you eventually begin taking photographs?
I did.
And collecting evidence?
Yes.
When you took photographs, was Detective Kamini with you?
Yes.
What was the purpose for the two of you doing that at the same time?
For us to be able to document things cohesively, that way he was able to observe things as were, as I also observed them upon my arrival. So we worked cohesively together. So I was documenting and identifying items of evidence to collect at the crime scene side, but he was also providing his expertise in terms of arson and fire investigations and explosive investigations, which is something we don't usually partake in because it's very rare that we respond to a fire scene or an explosive scene. So he was present to provide his expertise.
Remember how many photographs of the scene you ended up taking that night?
Here for the report.
Any objection, Councilman?
If it would refresh your memory, no problem.
Yes, you may. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jim.
232 photographs were taken from the crime scene.
Now, would you agree that there were sort of two main areas of interest at the scene?
Yes.
One area was at or near pumps 13 and 14, where there were some items of evidence collected. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And the second area was away from the pumps where there was a dirt bike on the ground.
Yes.
And did you take photographs of both areas of that scene?
Yes, I did.
Did you also do what we'll refer to as a rough sketch of the scene?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And it's not marked because it's going to be demonstrative only, but it has been shown to counsel. Is that the demonstrative that you prepared?
Yes.
And does it fairly accurately depict the scene as you found it that night?
Yes, it does.
Permission to publish the demonstrative if it would assist you with your testimony?
It would.
Any objection, Mr. Brower?
No objection, Judge.
You may.
Thank you. So, can you see it?
Yes.
There's the laser pointer. So, could you orient us to the scene and maybe use the actual Wawa, the indoor portion of the facility, right? You know where you pay for things, and they call it a store. Could you use the store where it is, and then you can go from there?
Yes. So the front of the Wawa would be probably towards the end of this area. This is the pumps. So the pumps had 4 pumping stations to the column. So in my report, they're referred to as columns. So this is column 1. And then the pumps 1 and 2 were at this end, 11 and 12 towards the northwest. And then it continues to column 2, column 3, column 4, with the consistent pattern of those single-digit gas pumps towards the southeast, and then the double-digit gas pumps to the northwest.
Right, we'll use the diagram alternatively with the photographs. May I approach the witness with what's been marked as State's Exhibit J? And show the counsel. Ms. Melendez, that State's Composite J, the number of photographs, if you could please look at them and tell me when you have a chance to do that. Do you recognize the images depicted in State's Exhibit J?
I do.
And what you recognize them to be?
Crime scene photographs that I took.
And those crime scene photographs, do they depict an overall and then close-ups of the area of interest near the bike?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the way you saw the scene that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And I've asked the court to admit stage J as the next member of the exhibit.
Mr. Barber, any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, so States J will be admitted as State's Exhibit number 10.
Permission to publish these exhibits in?
No.
So if you could just sort of orient us to what we're looking at in that photograph?
So this position would be to the south corner of the mall property, and we're looking towards the north, where this is column 1, column 2, column 3, and so on and so forth.
Now publishing photograph number 2 of States 10. What we're looking at here.
So this squared off extended concrete lot is northwest of pump 13 and 14. This is the bike, fire extinguisher, and some clothing.
Go ahead. What about in photograph number 4, States exhibit?
So this point of view is looking towards the south, southwest end of this direction where the laser pointer is at, direction towards the wall property. These 3 vehicles are marked vehicles that are assigned to the Deputy Sheriff's and also County Sheriff's Office. And here you can see one of the standing upright fire extinguishers.
Photograph number 5.
So this is a close-up of how I observed the bike to be when I arrived and started documenting the crime scene.
Zoom in just a little bit. And photograph number 6 in particular, if you could talk about the yellow markers.
So after the crime scene was photographically documented as it is upon my arrival, it's solely documented as observed without any manipulation. Once those photos are completed, we'll then start looking to see what items present can be identified as item of evidence. So at that point, I'll lay down markers to identify those items of evidence. That way it's clear for the viewer of the photographs to see, associate the item to a number and its placement on the crime scene.
So I'm going to try to zoom in here a little bit. I think we can easily see that 11 is one of the fire extinguishers. What was photographed in item 12 and it's marked with marker number 12?
And for my report to specific descriptions of the items.
Any objection, Councilman?
If it would help refresh my memory.
And would that help refresh your memory as to the result is?
Yes, ma'am.
You may refer.
Marker 12 was clothing items, and I believe this is an attachment of a vest of some sort. That was
Okay. Let's scroll over here. Item 13, if you document what was that item 13?
Yes, item 13 was a glove.
I believe you took individual photographs of 14. Can you describe what we're seeing there?
A pair of Nike shoes, a Fox brand helmet, and these are peanuts.
We approach the witness, Your Honor, with what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit K. It has been shown to counsel. It's a composite of 7 photographs. Could you please look at each one and tell me if you recognize them? The photographs of the images depicted in them?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
Mid-range and close-ups of items of evidence of crime.
And specifically, are those mid-range and close-ups from the evidence that was near the second location, pump 1314?
Correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it that night?
Yes, they do.
And we ask the court to admit State's Exhibit K as the next exhibit.
Mr. Barber, any objection?
Objection.
All right, what was marked for identification as States K will be admitted as States 11. You may publish.
Thank you. If I could trouble you to turn the lights down for this one. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Malena, what are we looking at in photograph number 1 of States 11?
So we're at the column 2, pumps 13 and 14, facing the north direction. Here's one of the marked hard signs of the chair. Here are markers 1, markers 2. So this is mark 1, which is going to be on the west end of pump 13. Marker 5 is towards the north end of pump 14. And then marker 2 is northwest of pump 13. And here's a portion of one of the items of evidence that has a different marker associated with it.
Okay, so we're going to photograph number 2 of States 11. Same question.
So now we're looking towards the south. This is pump 13 and 14. Item 1, or marker 1. Marker 2 is here. 6 and 7 are identifying the 2 fire extinguishers.
Photograph number 3 of States Exhibit 11.
So this viewpoint is going to be from the north, facing south. So here we have marker 6 and 7, which are the fire extinguishers. Here's marker 5, which is the Gatorade bottle tilted on its side. 3 and 4 are here between the column and this post. 3 is marking a pair of sunglasses, and 4 is marking a pair of handcuffs.
Photograph number 4 of States 11. Can you describe what you see on the screen?
Yes, so marker 1 is depicting tools and some lug nuts. There is another photograph that depicts another item that was associated with marker 1, which is going to be the dart and the taser wire.
Okay. In this photograph, being 4 you previously described?
Yes, so here are the pair of sunglasses that are associated with marker 3, the handcuffs that were associated with marker 4, and the Gatorade bottle on its side associated with marker 5.
And you mentioned the taser wire.
Yes, so this is the wire and the dart.
Understanding you're not an expert at tasers, when you say the wire and the dart, do you know what that means in terms of a taser based
No,
on
I
your
do not.
experience?
No, I don't.
No evidence. And this is that one. Photograph 6 of States 11. What do we see in this photograph?
So from this viewpoint, I am standing maybe towards the east end, facing the north, and it's just a close-up photo or a mid-range photo. I am the cell phone that's face up, associated with marker 2. Again, the sunglasses at 3, handcuffs at 4, and then the fire extinguisher at marker 6.
On the next number photograph.
So now we're standing northeast of pump 14, and this is a mid-range photo of marker 5, which is the Gatorade bottle that's still on inside.
Please let's hide for that exhibit. It is. And approach the registrar with States Exhibit L.
You may.
As I'm handing you States Composite L, it's composite 3 photographs. Can you look at them and tell me when you've had a chance to do that? What do you recognize those images to be?
These images were taken of the Chevy manufactured car that was on scene. The car was documented at the request of Detective Ashley Sovia.
And do those images fairly and accurately depict the vehicle as you saw on the scene?
Correct.
And at this time, as a court to admit States Exhibit L as the next number exhibit.
Any objections, Robert?
No objection, Your Honor.
What was marked for identification as States L will be admitted as States 12, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. The 3 photographs. Not to make it too complicated, that's the front of the vehicle that was on scene.
Correct.
The side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you took that to get the tag number and document the vehicle. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, did you become aware at some point during your investigation that a taser was potentially important in this investigation?
Yes.
In fact, I think you mentioned and you showed us the picture of the taser prongs that you took near the gas pumps.
Yes.
Based upon that, did you collect or were you part of the collection of the tasers from several deputies?
Yes, that is correct.
Which deputies did you collect the taser from?
There was a total of 4. Deputy Sheriff McLean, Deputy Sheriff Dominguez, Deputy Sheriff Jesus, and Deputy Sheriff Cofinas.
Did each taser have a unique number that made it easily identifiable?
Yes, they did.
And did you record the number and the deputy assigned to each taser?
Yes.
And did you photograph all of them?
Yes, I did.
Did you eventually, I think you said you collected the taser assigned to Deputy Cofinas, is that right?
That is correct.
From where did you collect it or who gave it to you?
So the taser was collected when they were photographically documented as observed, so whether it was sitting on their patrol car in an evidence box, or if it was kept in their patrol vehicle to keep it safe, it was collected when they were documented.
So does that mean that Cofinas gave you his taser?
That is correct.
And did you document Deputy Cofinas' taser with photographs in the evidence box?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit M and show the counsel?
You may.
Composite of 4 photographs. Malena, excuse me, Miss Melendez. Please let me know when you'd like a chance to look at all the photos. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize them to be the pictures you took of Deputy Kofinas' taser that you collected in evidence?
That's correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the way the taser looked when you collected it on February 27, 2022?
Yes.
And I would ask the court to admit State's Exhibit M as the next number exhibit.
Mr. Barber?
No objection.
What was marked for identification as States M will be admitted as States 13, and you may publish.
Publishing photograph number 1 of States 13. It says taser right there, but if you could just sort of describe what you're looking at for the record.
So this is what was collected and identified as Deputy Sheriff Kofinas' taser.
Photograph number 2.
So the top portion is the taser device. Again, I have no formal training. This is just what I observed to be the body of the taser and a pair of cartridges that was also in that case box when I was collected.
Photograph number 3, you're just picking up the cartridges themselves.
Yes, so this picture is to serve to identify the cartridges and its identifying numbers.
And just a picture of the outside of the box so you know that you're the one that collected it.
Yes, so this is who it was collected from and the date, the time it was collected on that date.
And may I approach the witness who has been marked as State's Exhibit N as in Nancy?
You may.
It's been shot out, counsel. Please. You good, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Malena, do you recognize State's Exhibit N?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The taser that was collected from Deputy Sheriff Kofinas.
And how do you know that that particular box contains the deputy that you, the taser that you collected from Deputy Kofinas?
So on the evidence box is filled out with all the information, agency case number, collected by, which is my name, date and time, and also a description of agency issued taser collected from D/S Kofinas.
Now, when you collected it and put it in that box, did you seal it up with evidence tape?
I did.
And we agree that now it is unsealed.
It is sealed.
It is sealed. All right. At this time, I ask the court to admit State's Exhibit N as the next number exhibit.
Mr. Barber?
No objection, Judge.
Did you say no objection?
Oh, no objection, yes.
Okay.
I should have enunciated better.
It's okay. What was marked for identification as States N will be admitted as States 14.
Madam Clerk, I have fingerprint for the one large exhibit. Thank you. Can I have some scissors back there?
Jack, do you guys
No, I don't.
That's stuff we can talk about until then.
Okay.
And we have approached the witness who has been marked as State's Exhibit O and shown in counsel.
You may.
And as I'm showing State's Exhibit O, the writings, you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Leave it right there. And how do you recognize that exhibit?
The packaging for the exhibit shows the agency case number, who collected it, which has my name on it, the date and time it was collected, and the description says helmet with glasses.
And did you collect and bag whatever in that bag?
Yes.
And what do you believe to be in the bag?
The helmet with the goggles.
Is it sealed right now?
Yes, it is.
May the witness open the exhibit with the scissors, please?
Any objection, Mr. Barber?
No objection, Judge.
You may, ma'am.
Go ahead. Just take a peek inside for me if you don't mind. You see what's in there?
Yes, I do.
What's in there?
It's the Fox brand helmet with goggles.
Same one you collected from the scene that night?
Yes.
Appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
Then at this time, I'd ask the court to admit States O as guilty.
Mr. Barber, any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, what was marked for identification as States O will be admitted as States 15. Oh, yes.
Okay, chair has rules. Permission to publish States 15?
You may.
One more time. I just looked at it and said something. Simple, perhaps silly question, Ms. Melendez. What color is that helmet?
It appears to be consistent with the red color, or shade of red.
So not black.
Correct.
No further questions, please.
Mr. Barber, your cross-examination?
Now, we went through a lot of those photographs. I saw a lot of evidence markers, correct?
Correct.
Like one, and they're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So they have numbers on the yes.
And you place those down next to where you find pieces of evidence on a crime scene.
Yes, that's correct.
And why do you do that?
To guide the attention of the viewer to what areas are substantial in terms of the crime scene, to kind of help the viewer see a sequential spacing or order of the items of evidence that we're looking at the crime scene. It's basically just to help the investigators, people who are viewing for court. It just kind of clears up the photographs where it's clear that this marker is associated with this item of evidence, and they know the spacing between the item of evidence and perhaps something else.
And you would say it's an important part of your job and your investigation?
Correct.
And that's something that you routinely do as a crime scene technician?
That is correct.
In this particular case, you were not able to locate Deputy Kofinas' taser on the ground at the scene, were you?
That is correct.
And is that because Deputy Kofinas had already retrieved that taser?
I don't know the movement from the taser from when the incident happened to my right.
But it was moved by somebody, you would say, correct?
Correct.
And because of that, you weren't able to put a numbered evidence marker next to it where it would have fallen after the fire, correct?
That is correct.
And based on that, there's no photographs for the jury to view of where exactly that taser was in relation to all the other evidence, correct?
That is correct.
As a crime scene technician, you would like to be able to mark exactly where that taser was, correct?
That would be ideal, but sometimes not always the case.
No further questions.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Melendez. Ms. Soda. Is she excused?
She is excused.
Mr.
Yes,
Barber?
she is
Okay.
excused.
Thank you for coming in. State to call its next witness.
They call Detective Anthony Kamani. K-E-M-E-N-I.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Maybe soon, sir. Thank you.
Morning, sir. Could you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Anthony Kemeny, K-E-M-E-N-Y.
I'm clear that I've been mispronouncing it all day, so I apologize about that. Where are you currently employed, sir?
The Department of Financial Services Bureau of Fire, Arson, and Explosives Investigation.
That is a mouthful. What do you do there?
I conduct fire investigations for Orange Lake and Osceola County.
How long have you been conducting fire investigations for what I'm going to refer to as the department?
Just over 4 years.
Did you have law enforcement experience prior to joining the department?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury about your prior law enforcement experience?
I had roughly over 7 years at the Eustis Police Department, did 2 years at the Montgomery Police Department. I did roughly 3 years at the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
When you were working in those departments, did any of that experience include investigative experience?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the members of the jury which one of those stops had investigative experience?
At the Eustis Police Department, I worked general crime, so we worked everything from your stolen bicycle to your robberies to your homicides. And then I moved over and worked some narcotics.
Can you tell us about your formal college education?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration.
And when you went to the department to conduct arson investigations, did you receive any formal training?
They sent us to 8 core classes for fire investigation.
So I'd like you to brag on yourself for a minute and tell us about those core classes that you took, how many hours they were, and what the purpose they served.
The core classes, looking back, I believe it's 360 hours. We cover latent investigation, we cover fire, we cover arson stuff. We cover post-blast, so after an explosion. We cover some legal stuff, just to kind of ensure that everything falls in line with the statutes in the Florida Administrative Code.
Did you take or have you taken any specialized classes beyond those initial core classes that you took?
Yes, I have a total of roughly 533 hours of fire investigation classes.
When those classes that you took, did you have to take examinations?
Yes.
Did you pass all your examinations?
Yes, a lot of those courses are tested.
Before you started doing your own individual investigations, did you conduct investigations under supervision?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury about that, please?
We have roughly a 4-month field training program where we start out shadowing another detective, another fire investigator, and then as we progress through training, where we take over those cases and we start working those cases individually until we're finally at the point that we can be released to do our case with honor.
Do you hold any certifications or certificates related to fire or arson investigation?
I do.
Can you tell the members of the jury which ones you hold?
I hold a certified fire investigator through the Bureau of Fire Standards and Training through the State Fire Marshal Office. I also hold a certified fire and explosives investigator through the National Association for Fire Investigators.
And what did you have to do to obtain those certificates?
For the certified fire investigator for the state, that requires the 8 core classes, and then we sit and take a pro board test. For the NAFI, the National Fire Investigators certification, we had to sit and take a written test.
Can you tell the members of the jury approximately how many fire investigations you've conducted over the course of your 4 years? with the department?
I have roughly 169 fires.
During those investigations, have you collected evidence?
Yes.
Reached conclusions and opinions on the source or origin of fires?
Yes.
At this time, we'd ask the court, we tender the witness to the court for opinion testimony in the area of fire and arson investigations.
Any objection, Mr. Barber?
No objection, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Mr.
Thank you. Were you employed as a fire detective with the department back on February 27th of 2022?
Yes.
And did you respond that night to the Wawa at 3951 Central Florida Parkway in reference to a fire investigation involving a dirt bike and some gas pumps?
Yes, I did.
Did you eventually prepare a report with some findings and conclusions?
Yes, I did.
So I want to talk about your initial arrival. What happened or who called you, without saying what they said, what happened or who called you that prompted you going out to the scene that evening?
I was notified by Sergeant Rivera, the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, that they were on the scene of a fire. It involved a deputy, and they needed assistance in determining the origin and cause.
Do you remember approximately what time you arrived at the Wawa?
I believe it was after 9:30.
Were other members of law enforcement still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, they were. The Osceola County Sheriff's Office was there.
Again, without saying what was said to you, were you briefed by someone at the scene about what had occurred involving the fire?
Yes, I was.
Who was that person that briefed you?
Sergeant Rivera.
They gave you their understanding of what happened?
Yes.
And did you use that to begin your investigation?
Yes, it did.
So what was the first thing you did?
Prior to when we start the investigation, I gather my tools, I gather my camera, any tools that I might need to gauge or kind of poke around or spray. A pair of nitro gloves and a pair of weather working gloves.
When you started to conduct your investigation, were you working in tandem with another member of law enforcement?
Yes.
Who was that person?
The CSI for Osceola County.
Why did the two of you do it together?
So that we don't run over each other. We're both taking photographs, we're both looking at pieces of evidence so that we kind of don't stumble over each other.
Now, when you arrived on scene, was it your understanding that the dirt bike at issue was in the same location as it was when the fire initially started?
No.
It was your understanding, if I'm wrong, tell me, that the bike had been moved. Is that right?
Yes, it had been.
Where had it been moved in relation to the pumps?
I believe it was roughly 100 feet from the pump.
And did you find any other items of evidentiary value near the bike when you examined the scene?
There was a gas cap, some melted plastics, and I think a handful of tools, like hand tools.
Were those near the bike or were those near the pump?
All that was near the pump.
What, if anything, did you find near the bike?
There was the bike, and then just off to the side, if you're facing the bike from the pump to the left, would be some items of clothing.
During your training and your investigations, are you familiar with the look of clothing that has suffered a burn of some sort?
Yes, sir.
The items of clothing that you observed near the bike, did they appear to have been burned?
Yes.
May I approach the witness with what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits P and Q?
You may.
They've both been shown to counsel. We'll do it one at a time. I'm handing you State's Composite Exhibit P. It's a series of photographs. Do you recognize those? Take a look at each one, please.
Yes, I did.
And what is depicted in those photographs?
The area where the dirt bike was found.
And do those photographs, I'm sorry, give me a second. Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the items found near the bike as you saw them on the night of February 27th?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit Q, I'm going to hand you that one. It's another composite of photographs. Please look at each and tell me if you recognize them. And what do you recognize them to be?
This is the area near the gas pump.
And do the photographs depicting that area fairly and accurately depict things as they look back on February 27, 2022?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, we ask the court to admit States Exhibits P and Q as the next number of exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Barber, to either P or Q?
No objection needed, Judge. Thank you.
All right, so what was marked as P will be 16 and Q will be 17.
Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibits 16 and 17?
You may.
So, Detective Panini, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on these because the jurors have seen some of these, but I do want to show you one photograph from State Exhibit 16. Do you recognize that image?
Yes, they do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A photograph that I took of their bike.
Did you notice any indications of burn or fire on the bike?
Yes.
Can you describe what you saw on the bike, and if that laser pointer is in front of you, it helps.
So the top area here, where the seat and cover for the fuel things would be, sustained fire damage. There's some area on the handlebars, and then coming down to where there should be side plastic pieces here. That also sustained fire damage there.
You said there should be plastic pieces and that it sustained fire damage. What was your conclusion from the fact that those pieces were not there?
That the bike had been involved in a fire.
So now I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 17. Publishing, let's see, photograph number 4 of State's Exhibit 17. Can you tell us what we're looking at in that photograph and what, if any, significance it had to you as an arson investigator?
This right here is the fuel cap for their bike, the fuel tank. And then this section here is actually melted plastic, which had come off of the dirt bike.
How do you know just by looking at that photograph? And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Let's start with the fuel cap. How do you know that that burnt piece of plastic is the fuel cap?
So this, it's a circular shape. It's got small notches at the bottom. And that, the size of that matches the size of the fuel cap for the tank that's on the dirt bike.
All right, and then how do you know the rest of that photograph is burnt plastic? What do you see in that? Can you explain that, please?
So the way that this is on here and melted, this indicates to us that something had actually been involved in a fire and it melted. And the black that you see here is the plastic, where it starts to, when it's involved in a fire, it starts to turn back to its original state. So stickers and stuff like that will actually get consumed in the fire, and then the plastic will start to return to its original state.
When you say its original state, what do you mean?
That would be the original coloring that the plastic was when the manufacturer produced it.
So describe that to me. The plastic, what it is, and it initially starts after it's burned and then when it goes back to it.
So plastic starts out as essentially a liquid, and then it's put into molds and formed into different things. When it's involved in a fire, it melts down, so it goes back to its liquid state. And when it starts to cool, either by natural air or the fire department putting water on it, or somebody using a chemical fire extinguisher, the plastic will go back to its solid shape. But it's not, if it's involved in a fire, it's not going to return to that molded shape because that molded shape has already been adjusted.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw about where the fire started based upon your observations in this photo and other observations at the pump?
So we were able to determine that the fire started on the opposite side of the pump. And we determined this because the damage to the dirt bike and the melted plastic is still intact. There's a lot of other moving parts if the fire had originated at the dirt bike.
Explain what you mean by other moving parts. What would you have expected to see if the fire originated at the dirt bike?
If the fire had originated at the dirt bike, can we go back to that photo?
Yes, the photo of the dirt bike?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
If the fire originated at the dirt bike, more of the plastic would be gone, more of the seat. There's still some of the combustible material, the foam, is in the seat. There's still a little bit of that up there. There's still rubber on the handlebars. There's still insulation on all of the, most of the wiring. Sorry, I don't want to say all. There's some on most of the wiring that's there. So if the fire originated on this dirt bike, that and some of the external plastic pieces on the engine would be consumed in the fire.
Did you collect any items or debris for chemical testing from the scene?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain the process that you used to collect those items?
In collecting burn debris samples, we take either a quart can or a gallon can, lined or unlined, depending on what we're using at the time. I write on the can the case number, the date, and then I take a photograph of the can empty. I grab fire debris, I put it inside the can, I take another photograph, we close the lid, I take off my gloves, and then I take a picture. So each sample that we collect, we change our gloves for, because we don't want the possibility of cross-contamination in the samples, especially for pulling samples from different locations.
Aaron, may I approach the witness and what's been marked as State's Exhibit R and shown the counsel?
No.
Detective, this is State's Exhibit R. It's a composite of 3 photographs. Please look at each and tell me when you've had a chance to do that. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And what are they photographs of?
The evidence collection process.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the 3 locations from which you collected evidence in this case?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I ask court to admit State's Exhibit R as State's 18.
Mr. Barber.
No objection, Your
All right,
Honor.
State's R will be admitted as State's 18.
Commissioner, publish 18 now?
You may.
Thank you so much. So on the screen behind you, you can kind of just kind of show the members of the jury what you were talking about.
So this is where on the lid of the can, the Q1 is the first sample, Q2, Q3, Q4, we progress from there. If it's a control can, which means that we're sending in those additional cans to the lab to make sure that our cans in our vehicles aren't contaminated, that would start with a C1. And the case number is here. If we were to flip this can over, on the bottom of it would have the Q1, the case number, and the date and time that I took that sample.
And what did you collect into Q1? What did this?
I believe it was one of these pieces of clothing that were off. I think this one was closer to the dirt bike.
Okay. Publishing photograph 2 of State's Exhibit 18. The shadow's a little wicked on that.
So this is Q2. This is a gallon can, and then the case number, and then I collected some of the clothing that's here.
So when you say collected the clothing material, are you like ripping parts of it off, or just pieces on the ground, or what are you doing?
It depends. We try to fill the cans about 3/4 of the way full, so that we know that we have a good sample for the lab.
I'm publishing third photograph of State's 18. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is Q3. So this is we're going back to the quart can, and then there was a sample of this plastic that was taken to fill the can about 3/4 of the way full.
Now, once you collected those debris and packaged them, did you send them to the lab with the department?
Yes.
And did you eventually receive a lab report with the results of the lab testing for accelerants?
Yes, I did.
Did any of the items come back positive for accelerants?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury which items came back positive and what accelerant they came back positive from, if any?
Q1, 2, and 3 all came back positive for gasoline.
Meaning that there was traces, or at least traces of gasoline on all of those items?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also review some relevant video from the use of force that occurred and shows when the fire began?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, did you review 3 deputy body-worn cameras and 2 in-car camera angles?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall which deputies you reviewed?
I do not.
Now, did you use what you observed in those videos, along with the evidence we've already discussed, to generate 4 possible hypotheses or opinions regarding the cause of the fire at the Walla?
Yes.
Were you ultimately able to eliminate 3 of the 4?
Yes, I was.
And were you ultimately able to confirm and give an opinion as to the most probable cause of the fire at the gas pumps?
Yes, I was.
So let's start with the initial question of why generate multiple hypotheses instead of just saying this is the one I think is most likely and I'll just go with that?
So when we're notified of a fire, we get some basic information, whether it comes from the fire chief or it comes from law enforcement or it comes from a civilian. We get some basic information. Trying to go in there unbiased. So we go into a fire scene, we look around, and then we'll conduct our interviews. And in this case, I generated 4 hypotheses because in that immediate area, there were 4 possible things we could have seen in that fire.
I interpret that as you're being thorough. Is that fair?
We tried.
All right. So I want to talk first about the 3 hypotheses that you were able to eliminate. All right? So the first hypothesis was the extreme heat of the engine of the dirt bike ignited the fuel vapor. Do you remember using that as a hypothesis?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury why you thought the heat of the engine from the dirt bike was a possible cause of the fire?
Based on the information that we had, it was believed that the dirt bike was running on extremely high. So the heat generated from the engine area of that bike is a possibility when you're essentially pushing a machine to its limit. When you push a machine to its limit, you can kind of feel the heat starting to come off of things. So the excessive heat from the bike was a possibility.
Did you exclude that as the probable cause of the fire?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury how you came to the opinion that the extreme heat of the dirt bike was not the cause of the fire?
So going back to the photo that you had up earlier
Of the dirt bike?
Of the dirt bike.
So let's pause there for a moment. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit S. May I approach you?
You may.
Composite S, which I think is some more detailed photographs of the dirt bike. May help you. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And what are those photographs of?
There's a couple photographs of the dirt bike and then one of the fuel tank.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the dirt bike as you saw it back on the night of the incident?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, we ask the court to admit State's Exhibit S as State's 19.
Mr. Miller, any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's House will be admitted now as State's 19.
So, Detective, now that I've shown you and it's in evidence State's 19, do those photographs help you illustrate your point?
Yes.
Did you say I could publish on this?
You may publish.
Thank you. All right. So, photograph number 1 of State's 19. As close as I can with it all being on there. You were sort of describing earlier what you observed on the bike, but I think this is a more complete picture. So you could use the photograph and explain to the members of the jury what we're looking at and why it's significant to you.
So this is the top side of the dirt bike. There's still plastic fairings up here. There's very little, but there's still some of that polyethylene foam for the seat. And then you can kind of see some of the wiring here. It still has its insulation on it.
And what is the significance of the fact that there's still insulation on the wiring of the dirt bike?
If the fire had originated from the dirt bike, the insulation from the wiring would have been consumed in the fire.
Photograph number 2 of States 19. Can you show us what is significant in this photograph in the back of the room?
So there's a couple things here. You can see some more of the wiring, but you can also see there's an aluminum radiator of some sort that's still in place. Typically, and not always, but typically in vehicle fires, especially engine fires, the radiator is consumed because it's got a low ignition.
Why does a radiator have a low ignition point?
It's made of aluminum. Typically made of aluminum.
Aluminum has a low ignition point?
It has a low melting point of about 1,200 degrees, so most of your fires are above the 1,200 degree.
Publishing photograph number 3 of States 19. Describe the significance of anything you see in this photograph, Detective.
So, can you slide down just a little bit?
Yes, sir. Like this way or this way?
The other way, I'm sorry.
This way?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So here you have the engine casing, the exhaust, but you still have the aluminum radiator, but you also still have rubber here. There's a piece of rubber, I believe, right here. There's another piece here. The rubber, because it's got the same properties as plastic, so it has a low melting point.
If the fire had originated with the bike, would you expect the rubber to be in the condition it's in this photograph?
No, if the fire had originated with the bike, I would expect to not see that rubber at all.
And finally, photograph number 4. Why did you take that photograph and what's its significance?
This again depicts the rubber. There's plastic here. There's a rubber hose here. And then you can kind of see the remnants. There's a rubber hose here that comes into the radiator.
So my original question to you was, how are you able to exclude the hypothesis that the extreme heat of the engine of the dirt bike ignited the fuel vapor? And you told us that partly it was because of the condition of the dirt bike.
Yes.
Was there anything about the timing of the fire that allowed you to exclude this as a possibility?
So, in watching some of the videos, there was a delay in the time that the dirt bike stopped, and then the time that the fire had actually started.
So, why is that important?
That allows any product to begin its cooling process.
So, is another way to say that if the engine of the dirt bike had caused the fire, you would have expected the fire to start sooner?
Yes.
Because the engine was cooling the longer it sat?
Yes.
What about the location of the origin of the fire versus the dirt bike? Was that significant in excluding this hypothesis?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the members of the jury why the location of the fire was significant?
If the fire had originated at the dirt bike, the fire would have traveled from the bike to the other side of the pump, not the other way around. From the video that I was able to review, you can see that the fire ignites on one side of the pump and then travels to the bike.
Anything else on the first hypothesis and why you excluded it? The second hypothesis was the extreme heat of the engine parked on the opposite side of the pump. So let's be clear what we're talking about there. You're talking about the vehicle, I believe it was the gray vehicle that was parked on the near side of the pump. Is that right?
Yes, on the side of the pump.
Where the fire started,
Yes.
right?
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Stage ready, quick housekeeping, Your Honor. Sure. So we don't have another witness waiting outside for the tonight, so the court's okay with that?
Yes, I figured. Oh, hold on. All right, sorry about that.
No problem. Ryan Williams and Olivia Walker.
Thank you, Mr.
Michael Barber and Mr. David Crawford, who's present next to me.
But we have informed defense counsel that even if this is our last witness today, we anticipate arresting tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured, I just thought we had gone since 2 o'clock, so I figured everyone needed a quick break. You can finish up with your cross and then we'll call it a day.
I was asking for a break. I was looking at the jurors and was something I needed that.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. Stage ready.
Perfect. Okay, go ahead and bring the jury, please.
Jury entered.
Mr. Barber, are you ready to proceed?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective. So I want to start just by following up on some of the stuff you testified about earlier on direct. Specifically, I want to discuss your hypotheses about the hot engine of the bike starting the fire. On that one, I believe you testified when the state was asking you that if the fire had originated with the bike, that you would have expected to have seen more of the plastic and the foam in the seat consumed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And also the aluminum in the radiator?
If there was a fire generated from that particular area, yes.
Now, whether the aluminum was melted or not, and the amount of the plastic and foam that was melted, wouldn't that largely depend on a couple factors? Would that be accurate to say?
It could, yes.
Would one of the factors be how hot the fire was?
Yes.
And would another one be how long the fire was burning?
Yes.
So is it possible for a gasoline fire to have been low enough in temperature or not burning for long enough? Sorry, let me break that down a little bit. That was going to be a compound question, so we like to keep it one question, one topic. Is it possible that if a fire was not burning long enough, it would not have consumed all of the plastic on the bike?
If the fire was not burning long enough, correct.
And same thing with the aluminum. If it was not burning long enough, then we would not expect to see all the aluminum melted, correct?
Correct.
And same thing with the foam that you had mentioned?
Yes.
Now, the heat of the fire, I want to talk to you about that a little bit. Gasoline burns at different temperatures sometimes, correct? And that depends on various factors, including the grade of the gasoline, the concentration of the gasoline, how long the gasoline has been on fire for, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, you were not present when the fire was burning, right?
Correct.
So you were not able to take out some sort of a thermometer and actually measure the temperature of the fire, right?
No, I was not.
You cannot say for sure how hot that fire was burning?
No, I cannot.
And you reviewed videos in this case, correct?
Yes.
And pretty quickly after the fire was ignited, people used fire extinguishers to put the fire out on the bike, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you had also testified that one of the factors you looked at in ruling out that hypothesis, meaning the hot engine bike igniting the fire, was the fact that there had some time had elapsed between when the bike was driven and when the fire ignited, giving it time to cool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you personally cannot testify to exactly how hot that motorcycle engine was when it rolled into the Wawa, right?
That's correct.
And so you can't testify to how much it would have cooled down by the time the fire ignited either, right?
Correct.
I believe you testified that if a machine, such as a bike, was pushed to its extreme limits, that could cause the engine to heat up hot enough to make it more likely that it would ignite a fire based on gasoline fumes, right?
Yes.
Right. I mean, I want to break that down a little bit. So when you say drive it to its limits, you mean driving it very fast?
So when I talk about driving to its extreme, to its limits, typically that's either fast or hard. And that includes running the RPM gauge up to its red line.
So if somebody was driving a motorcycle for, I don't know, let's say 20 or 30 minutes at very high speeds consistently, that is something you would expect to increase the temperature of the engine, right?
I would expect it to increase, yes.
And you would expect that if somebody rode that motorcycle hard and fast for that amount of time, that it could increase the temperature of that engine to the point where it could ignite gasoline vapors, correct?
It is possible.
And when we say riding a motorcycle hard, we already talked about going fast, right? Are you familiar with motorcycles yourself?
I don't ride.
Gotcha. You're vaguely familiar with what a motorcycle is, right? You've seen them pass you on the highway, things like that.
Yeah, and I dealt with that in fires.
I believe one of the other things you said is the fire would have ignited faster if it was the hot engine from the bike that had caused it, correct?
That would be time-wise.
Time-wise, and that's... I'm sorry, what did you mean by that? Just explain that for us.
In the video, the ignition of the fire, it would have started almost immediately.
Now, we've already established that it's not the actual gasoline, it's the gasoline vapors that catch fire and burn, right?
Yes.
And the concentration of those vapors, or the, let me reword that. The longer the gasoline is left there in the ground, the more those vapors are going to concentrate in the area, right?
If it's an open or an enclosed area, that makes a difference, yes.
And so in this particular case, the bike, would you say, was kind of wedged between, there's pillars and a pump to one side and a car on the other?
I believe that the bike was actually next to the pump.
Okay. And so in a case like that, well, let me ask you this. Do you know how windy it was that day?
I believe I pulled the weather and there was no given wind breeze.
Okay. And so when we're looking at whether it's an enclosed space or an open space, what we're really looking at is
whether the concentration of fuel vapors were able to dissipate, right?
Yes.
And without wind, that would affect how quickly the vapors would dissipate, right?
Yes.
And it would allow the fuel vapors to concentrate more because there's no wind blowing them away, right?
It depends, but yes.
And the longer they're left there, the more those vapors are going to concentrate, correct?
Yes.
And the more concentrated they are, the more likely it is that they are going to ignite, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And I believe you're established, as part of your investigation, you actually went to the Wawa, right? The scene?
Yes, I did.
And when you were there, you looked around to observe all the evidence for yourself?
Yes, what was in the area and what was left behind.
Okay. And you were able to observe on the ground a circular imprint where you believe the gasoline was burning, right?
Where is it cooled from falling out of the dirt pipe? Yes.
And you also testified that you located the fuel cap, right?
Yes.
And that fuel cap, I believe we saw the photograph of it, looked melted beyond recognition almost, right?
It had slight melting to it.
And that fuel cap, based on your investigation analysis, was made out of plastic, right?
Yes.
And so the fact that that cap, that plastic cap, had the damage that we did observe, the fact that it had that damage tells you that that cap was in the fire, right?
It was affected by fire.
Because gasoline fire is hot enough to melt plastic, right?
It does.
And this particular gasoline fire, based on your expert opinion, was hot enough to melt plastic, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't just the gas cap, you also saw melted plastic on the motorcycle, correct?
Yes.
And that included on the seat?
Yes.
And a ring around the fuel tank, I believe you had said?
I don't recall that.
Or I think it was a ring around where the fuel cap goes in.
I don't recall.
That's all right. The handlebars?
Handlebar.
Generally speaking, there was a lot of melted plastic involved in this case, right?
And I believe it's rubber.
And rubber. Yeah. And that is because of the fire, correct?
It was affected by fire.
Right.
Yes.
So just logically speaking, the fire melted that plastic, right? That'd be a simple way of saying it?
Yes.
Okay. If there were other plastic items in the area where the fire was igniting, you would expect to see evidence of those melting and cooling as well, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk?
You may.
Oh, she did. Let me photographs.
You want me to put them on the screen? Mr. Barr?
If we can, I'm just going to show them the taser.
Sure.
She's looking for the ones that Yeah. I am now showing you what's been entered into evidence as states Exhibit 13. Are you able to see that clearly?
Yes.
And do you recognize that to be a Taser 7?
Yes.
Do you see any melted plastic or cooling plastic in your arm now?
I do not.
What about from that angle?
No.
And that angle?
No.
And that's it. Thank you. So based on that, would it be safe to say that that taser you just looked at was not affected by fire?
Correct.
So it was not melted or burned by the same fire that melted and burned all the plastic parts on the bike, correct?
Correct.
And so as an arson expert, that tells you the taser was not in the fire, not the same fire that that motorcycle was in, correct?
So there's a couple of different reasonings behind the possibility of it not having fire damage. One of which is it was.
And if I may object, Your Honor, non-responsive, I asked a yes or no question.
The motion is sustained.
Okay. So let me ask you this. This particular fire, there is a plastic device in this fire. Based upon all the evidence in your entire investigation, you would expect that piece of plastic to have melting and cooling on it, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. By the time you had arrived on the scene to begin your investigation there, someone had already removed the taser that had been discharged from where it had been left on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And so you were never able to see exactly where that taser was in relation to where all the other evidence was, right?
Correct.
As an investigator, it would have been helpful to you in your investigation to have seen exactly where it was laying, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, I want to talk about some of the hypotheses. The state already went through the hypotheses you put in your report, right? And there are other reasonable hypotheses within the realm of reason for how that fire could start as well, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that if a piece of metal was dragged across pavement, that could cause a spark or enough friction to ignite gasoline vapors, right?
Yes.
Based on your expert analysis, I understand you've given an opinion about what you think the most likely cause is, but based on your expert analysis, you cannot say with 100% confidence that it was a taser discharge that started this fire, can you?
No.
So we'd agree it's possible something else other than the taser could have caused that fire to ignite.
It is possible.
And you would agree that those other possibilities are within the realm of reason, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about some other possible hypotheses. You've presumably been to a gas station before in the state of Florida?
Yes.
And you've pumped gas into a vehicle?
Yes.
And at every gas station, you see little stickers that say, don't be on your cell phone, right?
Yes.
And there's stickers warning people to turn off their vehicles when they're filling up with gas too, right?
Yes.
You would agree that having a vehicle turned on while pumping gas into it creates a risk of igniting a fire, right?
Yes.
And you don't know whether that particular motorcycle was off or on when the fire was ignited, right?
I do not.
You don't know whether the electrical system of the bike was off or on at the time the fire was ignited either.
I do not.
You'd agree that electrical devices can create static electricity discharges in general, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that if there's a static discharge from a battery of a phone or something, from like a cell phone or something like that, that can absolutely ignite fuel vapors, right?
Yes.
In your own life experiences, you've experienced static electricity shock before, right?
Yes.
You've maybe worn socks on the carpet and shocked yourself when you touched a doorknob.
Yes.
So then, between your own life experiences and your experience as an arson investigator, you would agree that different cloths rubbing against each other
can generate static electricity buildup, right?
Yes.
And that static electricity buildup could then be discharged to ignite a gasoline fire, correct?
It is possible.
And you stated that you watched multiple body camera videos?
Yes.
And in all those videos, did you see multiple deputies struggling on the ground with a suspect?
Yes.
And presumably everyone in those videos was wearing clothes, right?
Yes.
No one was naked, no one's dressed in leather.
No.
They were all wearing some sort of cloth-based clothing, right?
Yes.
And during that struggle, they're all kind of rubbing up against themselves and each other, aren't they?
Yes.
And if static electricity built up from cloth rubbing up against each other and was discharged, that could also ignite fuel vapors, couldn't it?
Yes.
And as a former law enforcement officer, you have some knowledge of tasers, right?
I have a little bit, yes.
And enough knowledge to know that they are electrical devices?
Yes.
And they generate electricity, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree there's a risk of a taser initiating some sort of a static electricity discharge just based off the fact it's an electronic device, correct?
Yes.
And that could be another reason or another method by which a gasoline fire could ignite, right?
Yes. It's possible.
Now, you did write a report in this case, correct?
I did.
Okay. And ultimately, at the end of your report, you concluded the ignition of the fire was accidental, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Detective, did you just hear the defense counsel suggest that Sox started this fire? Did you hear that? Because that's what I heard. Did you hear that?
I did.
Did you see any Sox on the video?
I did not.
Do you know how hot or how much static electricity somebody would have to get up, what temperature it would have to be to ignite fuel vapors?
Fuel vapor ignites roughly 560 degrees.
So somebody would have to rub their socks on the carpet to get up to 500 degrees to ignite a fuel vapor.
To ignite a fuel vapor, yes.
Okay, did you see anything like that on the video?
No.
No. Okay. You were going to answer a question and then you were stopped by defense counsel's objection to your question. What were you going to say your full answer as to why this taser might not have damage on it?
So there's multiple reasons why it might not have damage. One of which is the fact that it was not directly involved in the fire. It was in the vicinity, but prior to the fire actually growing in heat and intensity, it was removed from that area. Another is depending on the type of plastic that it's made from. Different plastics melt at different temperatures. The range, I believe, is low 400s to upper almost 600s, upper 500s and almost 600 degrees.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the plastic, or do you know the plastic that that taser was made from?
I do not.
Right. You said that the cause of the fire was accidental. Can you explain what you mean by that?
We have classifications for fires. We have incendiary fires, we have undetermined fires, and we have accidental fires. Our incendiary fires are typically reserved for set fires. Somebody intentionally sets a fire. Undetermined is there are multiple possibilities, such as in a house, if we're in the kitchen and we believe maybe there's an air fryer and a crock pot on the counter, we can't figure out which one exactly started that fire. We'll run it as an undetermined fire because we don't know which of those items started that fire. Accidental fires are just that. It's an accidental fire. It's accidentally discharging a taser. It's smoking while you're on oxygen. It's leaving candles burning and falling asleep. Stuff like that we reserve for the accident.
Could it also be intentionally discharging a taser but not intending to cause the fire in doing so?
We reserve intentional for incendiary fires.
So somebody purposely set the fire?
Typically, yes.
Okay. How many spontaneous cell phone fires have you responded to at gas stations in the course of your career? Are you aware of anything or any case that you've worked on or anyone at your agency where a cell phone, simple use of a cell phone at a gas station caused a fire?
At a gas station?
No further questions.
May I? So, Detective, you testified that different plastics melt at different temperatures, correct?
Yes.
Now, this particular fire was hot enough to melt all sorts of various types of plastics that were found on that bike, right? If this taser was in that fire, you would not expect it to be in pristine condition, would you?
Correct.
No matter what kind of plastic it's made out of.
Correct.
And you would agree, based on those photographs, it looks like it's in pretty pristine condition, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now, you stated before that one of the reasons why it may not be damaged because it was removed from the area of the fire before it got too hot or something, correct?
Yes.
That's pretty much what you said. So, for instance, if somebody was throwing it, they were throwing it when it went off and the fire ignited, and then it kept going off in the direction it was being thrown, would that be an example of why a taser would not have any marks on it in this particular case?
Yes.
Based upon all your training experience, your expert opinions, you are unable to give any opinion at all as to whether a taser was discharged intentionally or on accident in this case, correct?
Correct.
And the state had asked you if you had ever seen personally in one of your investigations a case where there was a fire caused by I believe a static electricity discharge of a gas pump. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that warnings placed on the gas pumps must be there for a reason?
Yes.
Would you agree that there's a first time for everything?
Yes.
Would you agree that you personally have not seen every various type of fire ignition that exists on Earth yet?
Yes.
Would you agree that every year you're an arson investigator, you see new things and learn new things?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Is he excused?
Thank you.
So, members of the jury, I think this is a good time to stop for the day. We are going to end court at this time. Please do not watch any of the local news. Do not do any research about this case. Do not speak with anyone about this case or with each other. Do you all understand my instructions? Yes. Okay. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you. Anything for him to say before we recess? All right, then I'll see you guys.
All right, everybody. So that concludes. I kind of consider it almost day one, but it's day 1 and 2. I apologize. Malena, hold on 1 second. Apologize about my dog's interruption. I think my wife and son are getting home. But that concludes day 1 and 2. So I wanted to just clarify something here real quick about what the defense is in this case. The defense in this case, it's actually kind of a whodunit situation because I don't know if it's been caught yet or if you caught it in the opening, but there's another. He was not the officer that got the taser out originally. There's another officer who we're going to hear from who got the taser out and actually deployed it once. And then the scuffle ends up happening. It drops. This officer is alleged to have picked the taser up. And if you heard in the body cam footage, he says, cut the gas, and the state is alleging that he intentionally, after seeing gas pooling around and after telling people to cut the gas, that he then deployed it a second time. The defense is arguing that he was trying to get the taser out of the area and that he had picked it up and was essentially trying to throw it away, and it accidentally deployed, that he did not intentionally deploy it. Hence why he's charged. Now, that's the state's theory of culpable negligence in the case, is that he allegedly deployed it a second time, having seen that essentially the gas had fallen out and started pooling around the area where this scuffle and struggle was going on. The other thing that the defense is also trying to bring up is saying, even if he did deploy it, if there is a issue with, or if there's a situation where a police officer is engaged with a suspect who's trying to fight them, that they have a right to use force. And in this case, that training would have kicked in, and it wouldn't have been an intentional act. It would have been an act that was ingrained in him and how to react to a suspect. Thereby, from under the law, you fail to establish the intent because he's saying it was unintentional. Balin! Oh, here comes my wife and son. Sorry about that, guys. So that's what's going on here. Hold on one second. All right. Sorry, guys. Like I said, my wife and son were walking through the door there. So lots of chaos with the dog and everything. Anyways, so you're correct, Hannah. They have not proven at this point. They haven't even put the taser in the hand, except they could. I think there was some body cam footage which showed he had grabbed the taser and went off camera with it. But nobody, and that was the significance of the one detective who was there at the scene. He said, I didn't see him shoot it. The other guy said he didn't see him shoot it. He did hear him say, cut the gas. And that other deputy said, hey, don't deploy the taser. And then it got deployed. So the defense's main argument here, though, is that what he was attempting to do with the taser was get rid of it and get it away from the scene, because he ended up seeing the gasoline at and around the taser. So he was actually removing it to prevent an accident from happening. And then in the process of removing it to get it out, because it's in the middle of a struggle, he tosses it and it ends up, or to get it away, and it deployed again accidentally. The state, of course, is going to say, well, that's negligent. That's negligent handling of the taser. There's still going to be an expert that's going to come through and break down the body camera footage, just so you guys know what's coming up in the next day of testimony, because the state's going to conclude in the next day that we see. There's going to be an expert. You're also going to hear from the defendant himself, who's going to talk about it when the defense does their case. So we're gonna get to hear more of this. And of course, right now it's with the jury. So there has not been a verdict rendered yet. Closing arguments went down. It's with the jury in the live trial right now. So, but for now, like I said, this concludes day 1 and 2. We're probably going to might try to get day 3 in and just conclude the prosecution's case today. And then it'll probably be either Sunday or Monday that we will take on the defense case, because that ends up being about 2 days long, or 1.5 days long, and do the defense, and then they do the closing arguments. And then by then we might have a verdict. We might not. I think this is going to be a case that the jury might struggle with, because like I said, it's almost a whodunit, in the sense that if you heard, the crime scene analyst says the guy who took the taser out, he's the guy that removed it from the crime scene. So it's not even certain, and I don't know what the defendant's testimony is going to be because I haven't watched it yet. I just know he testified because I've seen the different pieces of footage and things, headlines dealing with the case. But, you know, I get a sense that this other guy, he was suspended for 40 hours, I believe is what I saw. He had a 40-hour suspension for having taken the taser out, but he's not been charged criminally in this because the state is laying this at the feet of this guy. Now, those of you wondering about the civil case that's going on, is the victim suing? He has not sued yet, but he has an attorney. But the way a lot of times these cases will work is they will let the criminal case play out, because if this officer gets convicted, liability, they will not have to prove liability. Liability will already happen. That'll be a foregone conclusion. It'll only be how much is this man going to get compensated. If they lose this case criminally, because the criminal standard, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, is higher than the civil standard, they will get to try this case. They will get to try this case again civilly, potentially, because it's only by preponderance of evidence do they have to prove, which is 51%, basically more likely than not, that this officer was negligent in what he did with the taser. And then ultimately, there's going to be a suit against the overall police force, because remember, there's the guy, the first officer who's not being charged criminally, who brought the taser to the party to begin with. And so as a whole, I believe this police department's going to end up paying this man money because of because of everything that went down. But of course, that remains to be seen. So when this live ends, you guys are going to be redirected over to the sentencing hearing. I'm going to be over there watching and seeing how that ends. That's a very interesting case. I originally thought the young lady was dead, but she's not. She survived, and essentially he's facing 18 years to life. So the judge could give him an 18-year sentence, and that's what the defense is trying to get him to do, is to give him an 18-year sentence based on the idea that this young man suffered from CTE due to football injuries that had caused him to essentially have no impulse control, become suicidal, and then essentially did this crime where he stabbed the girlfriend, the mother, and himself. And they're asking, obviously, that the CTE be a mitigating factor, the mental problems be a mitigating factor. So, but we'll see how this plays out. It's very interesting. So, anyways, guys, with that said, we're going to end this live, and I'll drop a link. I'll drop an announcement, give you guys some notice on when we're going to do days 3 and 4 of this trial and conclude it. I'm going to go through and see exactly how long, because as you saw, there are issues with the feed. This is like a little local news place that's organized the feed. So there's a couple times it's dropped. It's not. So there are times where some testimony gets cut off and stuff like that. But we'll do the best we can with it. I think we're getting enough flavor here that we can at least determine what we think the outcome should be, whether we agree with it or not when the jury gets it. But until then, guys, I will talk to you soon. Let justice prevail, and I'll see you guys over in the Spencer Ross Pearson sentencing here.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war.